like I said, he used the money that he made from Shift 4 to start Draken International, which is a aggressor fighter pilot contractor, and they act as aggressors. Draken worked as aggressor squadrons, contracting against like the Air Force and stuff. Like he
Discovery, go at throttle up.
They fly when they train, they fly the aggressor squadron, often flying like aggressor planes. Like Rook actually owns a MiG-29, which is pretty cool. He divested from Draken a little while back in 2020 to start what's called the Polaris program. The Polaris program, not the Polaris program. First it was Inspiration 4. He divested from that to work with SpaceX on the first all-commercial mission into space. And that's what Inspiration 4 was, raising $250 million for pediatric cancer research because of this high-profile launch. He then started the Polaris program and did the first commercial EVA for Polaris Dawn, which was another SpaceX mission. And he was the first civilian with a civilian crew in a civilian capsule to go outside of the capsule last year. It's a pretty big deal. The guy's been to space twice. He definitely blazes his own trail, which is pretty good. This is the kind of leadership I think NASA needs, and we'll hear what he has to say here momentarily. Man, I thought I was bad at being on time. Dude, I love the NASA music. It makes me so damn happy. I'm not even kidding. Like, you can call me weird. A lot of, there's been criticism of Isaacman because he's so pro-commercial, because he flew with SpaceX, a bunch of times and did the Polaris program. But guys, I honestly think that, this is just my opinion, about as clear-cut as I can say. I think he is great for NASA. I think NASA has an allocation problem. I've always said that the money is there. The money is there for NASA to do great things. Even despite being, I think for every tax dollar, NASA gets about less than a half of a penny, which is nothing. That's nothing. But yet, even with that, even with all the kind of organized chaos of all the NASA design centers kind of competing for funding, etc., NASA's still able to do insane things. The Mars rovers are a good example. Even we saw the CLIPS program, right? New Horizons turned back on the other day to explore the Kuiper Belt. It's the fifth object that the U.S. has sent basically outside of the solar system. Starting with Voyager 1 in 1977. NASA can still ball. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Even with all this disorganized chaos, we still do awesome things. If someone can just tie it together, man. We can do awesome stuff. I think Rook is the guy to bring that together. The more I think about it, it's really not a bad idea. But, that's just my opinion. We'll see if that changes based off of what we see here in a second. 2023 NASA got $25 billion. In return, they pumped $75 billion back into the economy. I mean, Ryan, can you imagine if, okay, this is an easy W. This is an easy win. If we get a healthy and robust national space program, and I know people don't like SLS, I get it. I get it. It's not the best rock. I understand. If we get NASA launching to the moon with SLS on a relatively regular schedule, 4 times a year, 4 times, that's all we need. Can you imagine how that $75 billion back into the economy could double, easily double, triple over the next 10 years? This is an easy win. We just need somebody to bring it all together. I think Rook is the guy to do that. I really hope I'm not just being overly optimistic here, but we'll see. We'll see what happens, dudes. I personally feel pretty good about this. I feel the same way that I felt when Jim Bridenstine was nominated. I was like, okay, there's some trepidations here, but also at the same time, this could be really good for NASA, and it was. So I'm hoping, fingers crossed. If Jared can't do it, I don't think anybody can. Indeed, indeed. This should be the full one, Limo. This is not a subcommittee meeting. This is the main one. More space telescopes, more planetary missions. We choose to go to Uranus. And that what? Jim, I've said it once. I'll say it again. The Science Mission Directorate needs to work with human exploration operations. They need to work with each other. That prevents anybody and some moron from coming in and canceling everything just because they don't like it. Right? And arguably, SLS is a pretty damn good case study in this. But if we have a program that works like SLS, that actually runs on a relatively routine schedule, no one's going to come in here and try and mess this up. Because then you stop the gravy train. That's not going to happen. Arguably, you can make sustainable space programs. The shuttle is a good case study in this. SLS is a good case study. So why can't we operate SLS like we did the shuttle? Like launching it 3 to 4 times a year. It's totally doable. I refuse to believe that it's not. We can do it. I know we can.
Discovery.
I know, team. I'm sorry. I know people have trepidations about this. I get it. I assure you that I would not devolve this stream into partisan nonsense, okay? You gotta believe me. I think this could be a potentially really, really good thing for NASA. Like, hey, Rojo, 24-month resub. Hokey with the tier 3, 121 months. Hey, Milji, thanks for that prime sub, dude. We should. I understand, guys. The hearing was pushed to 1:15. Got it. I understand. I get it. Look, man, I'm not politically ignorant. I see what's going on. I get it. I understand. I know people... You're wound up. Some people rightly so, some people not. I get it. Please don't bring that in here. Let's try to stay clear. Try to stay concise. This is about NASA. It's not about anything else. Okie dokie? I appreciate you holding your tongue, dude. I really do. Thank you. It takes a lot of restraint to do that in this day and age. Thanks, CW. I just want what's right for NASA. That's all. That's it. That's my only axe to grind here on stream. And I wouldn't devolve it into anything else. Be cool, Yolanda. Be cool, honey bunny.
Discovery.
You gotta be like the Fonz, Yolanda. Be cool. Be cool. Shot. 117-month resub. I need a weapon. Right this way. 117. I like that number. G'day. What is the Fonzie like? The Fonzie's cool. Yeah, be cool. Be cool, Yolanda. It's definitely going to get asked, Ga. Boeing, James, you're saying Boeing wants autonomous computer control to be dominant for spacecraft control. Boeing wants that, James, but interestingly enough, SpaceX has that. There's a game-themed bar in your city with a burger called Master Beef. Master Beef? You mind telling me what you're doing in that restaurant? Sir, finishing this bite. No? Alright, cool. Yeah, you have to wait another 117 months, Shaw. Sorry. With the end goal defined and understood, how will NASA manage with such a low financial stipend? I feel like they are trying to do more with less. I think the money has always been there, level one. To be 100% honest with you, the money is there. And I think it's an easy sell. If you need dude, I don't think NASA needs a bump in cash. I really don't. And I'm saying, like, don't get me wrong. I would welcome if, Congress is like, okay, we're doubling your budget. Sure. I would be totally cool with that. But I don't think we need to, right? I think NASA has the cash to do stuff. I think NASA's capital allocation is not the best. They're not. They're more. The reason why the capital allocation is bad, dude, why they're not good. So basically, they're not good at spending money. The reason why they're not good at spending money is because all the facilities that exist for NASA right now exist for a big primary reason. So Stennis, Michoud, Kennedy, right? Johnson Space Center. They're all there to support a big manned spaceflight program because they were all built for the Apollo program. That's what they're there for. That's why all these facilities exist, right? Without a program that all these facilities can depend on, you're scattering NASA's money to the winds, quite actually, right? The Saturn V's were built in Louisiana, tested in Stennis. Development was done at Marshall. Launching is done at Kennedy. Flight control is in Houston, right? All these centers need to come together to support one big thing. And don't get me wrong, we do see some semblance of that with SLS, right? However, not having one big space program that everybody can get behind, like the Apollo program, definitely hampers us here. That pits your design centers, so all the NASA facilities, all the big NASA centers, without some program that they can all kind of get in on, right? A big, gigantic spaceflight program, which, once again, I don't think will be too incredibly expensive. I could tell you why in a second. You're scattering it to the wind, and that basically pits the design centers against each other, not working with each other. It's basically been that way since Apollo, since the Apollo program was canceled. Every center is vying for relevance and vying for new programs, right? When we're not addressing the main issue, all of these centers were built to support a gigantic human exploration operation. Every single one of them. Even JPL, something that arguably, like Jet Propulsion Laboratory, arguably has nothing to do with, manned spaceflight, or does it? JPL was built, really came of age during the Surveyor program, a program that was supporting Apollo, right? One program led to another program, led to another program, led to another program, like what we see with CLIPS leading to Artemis right now. That was kind of a good idea. It's kind of going in the right direction, right? Oh, here we go. Got to get everybody to work together, but let's go. Be good, chat. I'm shutting up.
Communications and Information Administration, NTIA. Ariel is an exceptional candidate for this position, and if I may say so, an exceptional person. Ariel is currently serving as my policy director for telecommunications on this committee. As I've directly observed, Ariel knows telecommunications law and policy as well as anyone else in this town. She has served as the wireline advisor to former FCC Commissioner Michael O'Reilly, as a detailee to the House Energy and Commerce Committee, and here in the Senate as legislative counsel to former Senator and committee member Roy Blunt. She'll bring energy and enthusiasm to NTIA, where she will pursue a win-win solution on spectrum that addresses both commercial and national security concerns. Now, I know the question many of you are wondering, Has the baby come? And the answer is yes. As of 12:10 a.m., Ariel gave birth to a beautiful baby girl who is 7 pounds, 10 ounces, and she joins her 3 sisters and 2 brothers. I have to commend Ariel's timing of giving birth on the day of the voting committee on her confirmation.
Congratulations, Dad.
So, guys, this is a Commerce, Justice, and Science Committee, so they're not going to immediately be talking about Rook. If people are wondering what the heck's going on here, hey, John Krause is there. So give it a second. This Commerce, Justice, and Science does there's a lot of other stuff. Hey, Ish.
During her confirmation hearing, Ariel promised to administer the BEAD program, quote, to the benefit of the American people, not to any single individual or company. BEAD desperately needs a revamp. The program has yet to connect a single American to high-speed internet after 1,241 days.
Okay, context behind what he's talking about. There was an initiative. If anybody gives a frick, if you guys don't care, just let me know. There was an initiative that was set, BEAD, I think it's called, 1,200 days ago, a number of years ago, to subsidize fiber optic connections to underserviced areas. After spending a pretty exorbitant amount of money, there has been not one person connected to broadband. Right, connected to a high-speed internet connection that this program was designed to serve. Now, I know that might sound stupid, but you guys know good and well, like, at face value, that's like, really? You haven't done, okay. But building out fiber infrastructure takes time. Everybody knows that. And if it's from the government, it's going to take even more time, right? So, I don't know. Pick that for what you will. I don't know. I'm not too much of an expert in that area, but I do know the gist of what's going on and what he's talking about.
The day of the birth of her 6th child, I hope that you will join me in supporting Ariel in a strong bipartisan showing in her home committee. I now turn to Ranking Member Cantwell for her opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you
she
for
was, like,
making
on
that
it.
wonderful announcement about Ariel and her family. It was a delight to have her and her husband and
It doesn't
her
take more than
children
4 years, be real. Yeah, Vox Rocks for sure. Yeah, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like that shouldn't have been done faster. The double-edged sword is that it's a government program, you know what I mean? You guys got to understand,
The
government
best
program...
part about Jared Isaacman is that he always moves in an L shape.
Okay. Thanks, S. The thing about it is that I'm just trying to give you context. I don't have an axe to grind with that. I have high-speed internet. I don't care.
very
You know what I
proud.
mean? Like, you could call me a dick for that. I'm just trying to give people context, you know?
The Crew 10 expedition right now, and so you're all nodding, so you all know her, and
Brooks moving
it
straight
just
lines, by the way.
is amazing what
don't
you're all
move an L,
doing,
that's
and
a
so
night.
we look forward to this hearing with Mr. Isaacson and Ms. Trusty. But let me
Isaacson?
address
Who's that?
the Roth nomination this morning for Secretary of Communications and
David Lee
Information
Roth
at the
is gonna
Department of
get-
Commerce. When Ms. Roth was before the committee
okay.
and
No,
gave
never mind.
opening remarks, I did think that we would get more of an NTI
Interesting.
commitment on critical issues for U.S. leadership and for interagency wrangling. Because interagency wrangling is definitely a big part of NTIA's mission to get us a clear spectrum policy. Unfortunately, at the
tardy.
hearing, I didn't hear a commitment explicitly or even theoretically to the investments that this committee has already made. I know this is probably a frustration to many of my colleagues, but this is what we're asking of nominees throughout the Congress now because we have a very clear idea about what is getting cut. I have long advocated for a more evidence-based approach to our spectrum management policy. The first Trump administration rushed to bring spectrum to the commercial market, I believe, without some of the studies and interagency coordination. And this approach put federal capabilities at risk: aviation safety when aircraft altimeters and 5G interfered with one another, weather forecasting when 5G deployment interfered with 24 gigahertz band detections of water droplets, GPS systems, vehicle safety, and our military's readiness and capabilities. So I believe the next NTIA administrator must not repeat those avoidable mistakes of the past.
So what she's saying right there, guys, is, and this is true. High frequency, so like cell towers and stuff, so they work on very high frequency. VHF, right? I'm not like the best at this, but I do know that a high frequency signal is entirely dependent on line of sight. So I know what people say, like, why would you put this near an airport? Well, if there's an airport next to a city, it's entirely dependent on the line of sight. You got to put something high up in the air. And if the airport is near a city, I mean, probably not the best place to put that, you know, near a runway, but the high frequencies is very dependent on line of sight. That's what she's talking about, like water droplets and stuff. Yeah, even like a tree that, you know, it just rained and there's a lot of water on the leaves on a tree, that can screw with a cell signal.
Security and public safety.
Because it'll
Ms. Roth was
reflect
not
off the
clear
water or
about
refract
this,
off
or
of it
whether
and
she
go in a
would
different
wait for the
direction. It's
results of
actually
an
super
ongoing
interesting.
evidence-based spectrum ban with critical national security and public safety
Hey, Wolfpack.
issues before making those decisions on spectrum reallocation. Specifically, when I asked Ms. Roth about repeating the process for ongoing studies of the lower 3G, 7, and 8 gigahertz bands that have been heavily discussed and debated in recent years, she did not commit. And so I am concerned about these
That's right, yes.
national security issues. Spectrum management is just one of the issues where I felt like we could have had more clarity. Obviously, Mr. Chairman, you're bringing up the federal grant programs under NTIA, asked by many of the committee members about preserving the $42 billion lawfully allocated to
I know what you
states,
mean,
tribes,
Nora.
and territories under the BEAD program, which Congress enacted to connect all unserved and underserved households to the affordable, reliability, high-speed access.
Yeah,
Ms.
that's right,
Roth
Lurker.
refused to commit to honor the
Microwaves were invented
agreements
by
that
somebody working at
NTIA has
Raytheon.
already made with states and tribes. So these are great concerns on the investments that our Congress has already decided. She had the opportunity to continue to answer those questions. For the record,
Definitely
we do
big
not see
font
the evidence
element.
of that
Big
commitment.
font, double space.
I also, on
No,
the
'cause you
issue
gotta
of
make it look
Elon
like
Musk
it's a lot more
and,
papers.
conflicts of interest and making sure that even potential conflicts of interest were clear, I also have concerns. So, Mr. Chairman, at this point in time, I cannot support Ms. Ross' nomination to be the director of NTIA.
I recognize Senator Wicker for a motion.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let me
Good, Liz.
just
How are you?
add a comment or two to the announcement that you made. The chairman said that Ariel had given birth to a beautiful baby girl. He knows what he's talking about. He's got a picture up here, and actually, on the first morning of her life, she flashed a nice big smile, and he's got that to prove. Also, in an effort to wait
Someone
until,
started clapping. Did you hear that?
until the day
Someone started clapping
of
there.
her vote here in committee,
Did you hear that?
Ariel
Come on.
saved that final push till 10 minutes after midnight. And so her timing is impeccable.
Hey, Sharon,
Based
what's
on
up,
that and other reasons, I move that PN 2225, nomination of Ariel Roth to be Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Communications and Information, be favorably reported.
Is there a second?
And next Friday is a Hawaiian t-shirt day. So just, you know, go ahead and wear a Hawaiian t-shirt.
Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Moran.
Sorry.
Mr. Sullivan.
Hi.
Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Young. Mr. Budd. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Moreno. Mr. Sheehy. Mrs. Capito. Ms. Lummis.
Yeah, Peter, I know. It's
Miss
so,
Cantwell.
Dude, it's so bad.
Ms. Klobuchar.
That needs to not.
Mr. Schatz.
No by proxy.
Mr. Markey.
No by proxy.
Mr. Peters.
Hey, Knucklehead, what's up?
Miss Baldwin. Miss Duckworth.
No by proxy.
Miss Rosen. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Hickenlooper.
No by proxy.
Mr. Fetterman.
No by proxy.
Mr. Kim. Ms. Blunt Rochester,
JFED
No
is in
by
there?
proxy.
Mr. Cruz.
Aye.
SMH my Carhartt.
The yeses are 15, the nos are 13.
The motion is agreed to, and the nomination is ordered to be favorably reported. I will now recognize any members of the committee wishing to make any remarks. That concludes our markup, and we will now move in to our hearing.
Interesting. Do a lot just not show up? Yeah, Jared, that's a little strange, don't you think? I never understood no by like abstain. That's not cool. I don't like that. Oh yeah, no, I'm not even gonna show up. It's like what? What, you oversleep or something or?
Today we will hear from Jared.
Okay, here we go. Here's the good stuff. Typical.
Isaacman,
Oh, there we go.
who has been nominated to lead the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, and from Olivia Trusty, who has been nominated to the Federal Communications Commission, the FCC. NASA has always been at the forefront of American leadership. In 1969, that meant putting a man on the moon. Today, it means returning there, this time to stay. Our nominee, Jared Isaacman, has been active in the commercialization of space exploration. In 2021, Mr. Isaacman commanded the first all-civilian spaceflight, Inspiration 4. In 2024, he flew his second commercial mission, going further into space than any other manned mission since Apollo 17. He brings a unique perspective to the challenges facing NASA and the space industry. Today, NASA is at a crossroads. The explosive growth of the commercial space sector, from hardware manufacturers to space tourism ventures, has transformed the celestial and economic landscape. Space is no longer the exclusive domain of sovereign nations and a handful of legacy defense contractors. The democratization of space has spurred growth, reduced launch and satellite costs, and fostered the curiosity of the next generation. At the same time, the future of the final frontier has never been more uncertain.
In
military
you're at like an
terms,
11. Take it down to like a 2.
Space is the ultimate high ground.
Please, we just started, man.
A
Come on.
nation that dominates in space can deprive others not only of intelligence capabilities, but modern conveniences like GPS and satellite internet. And make no mistake,
That
the
camera
Chinese
flickering is
Communist Party has been explicit
there it is.
in its desire to dominate space,
Who had that on their bingo
putting
card?
a fully functional space
China.
station in low Earth orbit and robotic rovers on the far side of the moon.
They have.
We are not headed for the next space race.
Let me point.
It is already here. President Trump alluded to this race
He was the center square.
in his inaugural
can't-
address when he envisioned American astronauts on Mars. I strongly support the president's vision. In fact, my 2017 NASA Authorization Act was one of the very first pieces of legislation President Trump signed in his first term, and it explicitly enshrined this goal in law. But the pursuit of the next horizon cannot mean abandoning American dominance where it is already established. The International Space Station has been continuously manned for more than 20 years, serving as a hub for research and testing together with our international partners in space exploration. While we will eventually have to retire the ISS, before that happens, we must put the necessary systems in place to support and command American astronauts continually in low Earth orbit.
Agreed.
We cannot surrender low Earth orbit to the Chinese or to the Russians. Likewise, the Artemis mission, launched during President Trump's first term, is set to return American astronauts to the moon and establish a sustained. Joining us in the audience today, as we heard earlier this morning, are the 4 Artemis II astronauts: Reed Weissman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen.
Yeah, I'll clap for them. Yeah, you know what? That's fair. Yeah. Can you show them, or no?
In
We're
the
just going to
next
show Ted?
year,
All right, that's fine.
they will fly to and orbit the moon, setting the course for Artemis III's return to the lunar surface in 2027. The Artemis missions and the entire Moon to Mars program, which have enjoyed consistent bipartisan support, serve as a stepping stone to landing American astronauts on Mars. In fact, this stepping stone approach is explicitly in the law as enacted by Congress. We must stay the course. An extreme shift in priorities at this stage would almost certainly mean a red moon, ceding ground to China for generations to come.
We want a blue.
I am hard-pressed to think of a more catastrophic mistake we could make in space than saying to communist China, the moon is yours, America will not lead. So I look forward to hearing from Mr. Isaacman about his goals for NASA, his commitment to Artemis, how he intends to refocus and reinvigorate the agency in its core mission, and how he will ensure America continues to lead the world in space exploration. Let me now turn to the Federal Communications Commission, which faces its own set of challenges. The agency's Universal Service Fund was recently challenged in the Supreme Court. Its broadcast ownership rules are ill-adapted to the modern media environment. And most significantly, in March of 2023, the FCC lost its authority to conduct spectrum auctions for the first time ever. This ongoing lapse in auction authority has cost jobs and has weakened America's global standing. Increasing the amount of spectrum available for commercial use will secure our preeminence in telecommunications and will unlock billions of dollars for domestic investment, creating hundreds of thousands of jobs. Olivia Trusty has nearly 20 years of relevant experience in telecommunications. She is currently a staff member at the Armed Services Committee, which is chaired by our colleague, Senator Wicker, who will be introducing her this morning. Ms. Trusty has also worked as a policy...
I'm sorry about the blinking camera, guys. That's not me. It's on their end. If you guys want me to, like, small box this thing or something, you let me know, because this is getting annoying.
Comes to mid-band spectrum. I am confident that Ms. Trusty will be an asset at the FCC, where she will champion a spectrum pipeline, protect free speech, and ensure access to fast and affordable internet. I look forward to hearing from both of today's nominees and learning how they hope to advance American greatness within their institution.
Okay, he's talking about the FCC thing. If you guys want that context, just, yeah, go watch it. But I'm here for the NASA stuff anyway. Stupid question, I know. Is there any chance of unanimous or very close to unanimous? I think Jared Isaacman has very strong support, dude, to be honest.
On
But we'll see. We'll see.
Mr. Isaacman, obviously for NASA, and Ms. Trustee for the Federal Communications Agency. First, Mr. Isaacman, nominee for the Administrator of NASA, as my colleague was just saying, the space race is heating up. You will have a critical task of delivering mission-critical, on-time, and on-budget challenges for the United States of America over the next 4 years to make sure
There's no other
that we
nominee
don't
right now,
lose
Isaac.
in that space race. This includes successful execution on the Artemis program, which will take the United States back to the moon, and ultimately the goal of getting to Mars.
For the NASA administrator, guys, NASA's goals operate under the executive branch. So it's the president. The president decides what NASA does. Congress so the Senate and the House of Representatives, just for some context here, they approve the funding for the president's goals. The NASA administrator position in the U.S. government is not voted. We don't get to vote for it. People don't get to vote. Our representatives and our senators vote for this, particularly the Senate. The Senate is in charge of confirming executive cabinet and sub-cabinet positions. So that's all the president's staff for all the executive branch, so like Joint Chiefs. Joint Chiefs is like the people that run the armed services, et cetera, et cetera. So there's no other candidate for NASA administrator. This is a nominee, and the senators will vote or not vote on getting us there.
Us with our aerospace industry overall. NASA scientists and engineers provide the crucial evidence and information to both government and industry on issues like AI, quantum, advanced aerospace materials,
guys,
and next generation manufacturing.
If the C-SPAN stuff
so
isn't
I know a consortium in my state
freezing, I'm gonna go to that one.
Overall, NASA scientists and engineers provide
lower
the
quality,
crucial
but it's not
evidence and information
freezing.
to both government and industry on issues like AI, quantum, advanced aerospace materials, and next generation manufacturing. So I know a consortium in my state, standing up a tech hub, has been an applicant that NASA has been very supportive of. I do have concerns as we move forward about reports in the press about where the administration will come down on investments. I hope we can talk about this today and clarify your position as it relates to these priorities for our nation. For example, in March of last month, the Wall Street Journal reported that the Trump administration was considering major changes to the Artemis program. You too have also made past statements about changes to the program. And if NASA does terminate the SLS and relies only on commercial rockets, such as SpaceX and Blue Origin, New Glenn, experts say Americans won't get to the moon before the end of the decade.
SpaceX,
So
Blue
a lot
Origin,
of
New Glenn?
scientific analysis resting on your shoulders, and then the budget capabilities to convince our colleagues to make these investments.
Thank you.
Like the chairman, I want to win the race. I want to make sure that China doesn't beat us to Mars, and I hope that even with this recent announcements of theirs, that we beat them to the moon. I strongly believe that safety and resiliency, built through redundancy and innovation through competition, is a key. So I would like to hear your views on that this morning. We're also seeing the administration and DOGE specifically cancel research grants to fund science agency and lay off highly skilled technical experts across the federal government.
Did you see that?
According to the news reports, NASA has confirmed an announcement by DOGE that up to $420 million in agency contracts have been canceled. So this is of a concern, sorting out how this cancellation impacts many different organizations. Meanwhile, tomorrow is the last day of work for several top NASA advisors, including the chief economist, the chief scientist, and the chief technologist. Their positions were eliminated because of the DOGE agenda. Reports indicate that the FY 2026 budget request might slash NASA's science funding by half. So, Mr. Isaacman, all of these are in the news, and we will want to understand your commitment to these issues, or understanding your strategy about how you see us making these commitments to invest in science for the future. Now to Ms. Trustee. Certainly welcome to you and your family who is here. I think you definitely outnumber the astronauts in the room, which is, we very much appreciate that. It's good to have that support, and your nomination comes at a critical time for the FCC.
Hansen.
We want to have a communication system that is admired by the world, and we know that you're no stranger to this issue, working very diligently for Senator Wicker, both here on this committee and now on the Armed Services Committee. The FCC plays a vital role in spectrum policy management and commercial airwaves, and I've long advocated, as I said in my earlier statement, for an evidence-based system And during the first Trump administration, the rush to auction, I think, raised some concerns, and most notably, they sold the C-band without proper FAA coordination about the impacts of aircraft altimeters, creating an unnecessary problem that almost caused flights to be grounded and slowed down the implementation of 5G. So I hope we'll hear about that issue, how you see us getting a more balanced approach and communication. Because of the FCC's influence over some of our most important institutions, including the media and the internet and providers, the FCC is an independent agency not subject to direct presidential control, but this tradition is under attack.
Gotta have coffee.
The Trump administration is seeking to bring independent agencies like the FCC under the president's direct control. Recently, the president fired 2 Democratic commissioners at the Independent Federal Trade Commission without cause. So let me be clear, removing independent commissioners based on their party affiliation sets a dangerous precedent. I expect this administration will maintain a fully FCC staff with 5 commissioners, including 2 Democrats. And meanwhile, the Trump administration FCC chair has launched a series of investigations into media companies that the president doesn't like. So I was very happy to see this recent decision on holding up the AP. Very important to have a very, very competitive landscape when it comes to media and news production. The FCC should return to its longstanding role as a neutral, independent regulator, and so look forward to asking you questions about that as well today. But again, congratulations on your nomination. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And in a moment, I will recognize Senator Wicker. But I do want to note, in addition to the 4 Artemis II astronauts who are here, we actually have a total of 10 astronauts in the room. We have 6 more. We have the astronauts of Polaris Dawn, Scott Poteet, Sarah Gillis, and Anna Menon. And we have the astronauts of Inspiration 4, Haley Arsenault, Chris Zembrowski, and Dr. Cian Proctor. And so
Yeah,
there's
they're
6
over there.
of you as well.
Cool.
Thank you for your service and welcome.
They're like, why are you clapping for us? All right.
And I have to say, anytime you have 10 astronauts in the room, this may be the most badass assemblage at a commerce hearing that I've seen. And with that, I recognize Senator Wicker to make an introduction.
Okay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And yes, thank you for introducing all of our astronauts. And as you can see, Senator Fisher and I engaged in a little hero worship before you hit the gavel and started this. But I am absolutely delighted to introduce and recommend to the committee and to the Senate Olivia Trusty as the next member of the FCC. I'm unqualified, actually, to tell what a great nominee she is.
Today,
And also, I hope there's some work being done back at my office. We have a number of staffers who slipped away, and I think there are probably a number of people watching on the telephone. But I'm profoundly appreciative for this honor, and
I watch my
appreciative
telephone all
to
the
President
time.
Trump for making this nomination. I frankly cannot conceive of a
kinda
more
not wrong.
qualified nominee. Olivia Trusty performs work at the highest level of excellence, and she does it for the right reasons. And for 7 years now, I've been the beneficiary of her expertise. But frankly, this committee and the Armed Services Committee and the full Senate have also been the beneficiary of her expertise. When I became chairman of the Commerce Committee, I was fortunate that Olivia agreed to join my committee staff. A few years later, I became ranking member of the Armed Services Committee, and I knew there was one member of this committee staff that I wanted to bring over to handle her.
Hey guys, real quick, just, you know, I don't mind political discussion when it comes to space flight policy, but I would ask that if anybody wants to discuss politics in either the YouTube chat or the Twitch chat, to do it with some decorum, please. Let's not have this devolve into, oh, frick this guy or frick that guy. I'm not here for that. We're here for context and we're here for policy. So if you can't conduct yourself with decorum, you're going to get timed out. Just a general announcement, okay?
Congress intended them to be. She's brought us closer to getting more Americans.
This is a space flight
connected
stream.
To high-speed
we have to deal with
internet,
this
and
because
of
we're
course
conjoined at the hip with
not
these
quite
people, unfortunately,
where
because
we
of
need
NASA.
to be. I think she will help us in this new position get there quicker. Her work has contributed to national security. She was instrumental in advancing legislation to free our domestic networks from communications equipment manufactured by foreign adversaries. She's been a leader on spectrum policy, an area that bridges both technology and national security. She has collaborated with members and staff across the Commerce and Armed Services Committees to find common ground between commercial and federal interest. Olivia Trusty wants to help our country maintain our leadership without risking national security. And she's worked to make that happen. I could go on and on, but Olivia does like brevity. She chooses her words carefully and concisely. Let me just say, she plays chess, not checkers. She sees around the corners.
Training Day reference?
She shoots straight, and she will shoot straight with members of this committee and the Senate. She uses common sense and adherence to the law, and she will do
so. Apparently, this is for the FCC chair as well. That's who they're talking about right now. They're not necessarily talking about Rook. So yeah, sorry if you want FCC context. Yeah, I don't know any. Antennas and stuff, bro. Okay. The space stuff is what I know about. But either way, guys, when they start talking about Rook and asking him questions, etc., I'm gonna shut up and we'll provide context later.
that.
Hey, Flavia.
That she'll do a magnificent job. And actually, we're fortunate that she's chosen.
That's right, Gaw.
To work in the public sector for the taxpayers, and I could not give a more resounding endorsement to her nomination. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I will say that it's very impressive, particularly that she plays chess and not checkers and shoots straight. I will say shooting is a novel strategy in chess, but whatever works and gives you the checkmate. There's more than one way to defeat the king. And with that, I recognize the junior senator from Montana, Senator Sheehy, to introduce Mr. Isaacman.
That's not how that works.
Had to put junior in front of it, didn't you, Ted? For nearly 70 years,
I'm still the junior senator from Texas.
That's
this place, that could stick around a long time.
I am the longest serving junior member. So yeah, 24 years, you could still be the junior member. I wear it with a badge of honor. Okay.
Well, thank you, Chairman and Ranking Member. For nearly 70 years, the United States has been at the forefront of space exploration. President Trump knows how critical it is for our country to lead the way yet again as our space program aims to reach new heights, and that's why he chose exactly the right man for the job, Jared Isaacman. I've personally known Jared for several years, sharing an aviation community in Montana and cooperating with him on improving the education experience for our next generation of explorers, astronauts, engineers, and pilots who attend space camp at the U.S. Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville, Alabama. Of note, both Jared and I attended space camp, an arduous 5-day program for small children, and I would say it lit a spark in both of us to chase the dream of aviation and aerospace. We both dreamed of being astronauts as children. The difference is Jared actually is one, whereas I had to settle for the decidedly less cool title of senator. America has been the leader of global space travel for generations, pushing the boundaries of science and testing the limits of human endurance and intellect. All Americans should be deeply proud of the incredible accomplishments of heroes like Alan Shepard, John Glenn, Neil Armstrong, Jim Lovell, and many others. The sacrifice and leadership of these brave astronauts is what most Americans know well. What they usually don't know is that behind each and every one of these heroes, many of whom sitting in front of us, is a massive team of dedicated engineers, program managers, innovators, test pilots, welders, electricians, truck drivers, and families who are the true heroes of our space program. To lead this incredible team requires a leader who not only understands and believes in the mission, but also has the interdisciplinary skill sets to coordinate these cross-functional teams to achieve critical outcomes. As we have unfortunately seen in recent days, NASA is struggling. And what's worse, it has been struggling for the past couple of decades. Since the tragedy of the Columbia disaster in 2003, which I remember like it was yesterday as I was preparing to enter the pool for a high school swim meet, NASA has been a struggling organization full of great people, searching for revival. For 10 years, the United States of America was paying the Russian government taxi fare to send our own astronauts into space. This would make JFK and Ronald Reagan turn in their graves. And in light of the recent Starliner mission to the ISS that left astronauts stuck in space for 9 months, we are reminded that much work still remains. President Trump, and Elon Musk, who's one of our greatest space entrepreneurs, both knew it was time for a change. And enter Jared Isaacman. Despite his childhood desire to be an Air Force pilot and an astronaut, Jared found out that he was smarter than most and started a disruptive software company in his garage as a teenager. That company grew to be a tremendous multi-billion-dollar success, and that success fueled his ascension into the Hall of Fame as a record-setting jet pilot, an aggressive fighter pilot for our Air Force combat pilots, and most recently, the first civilian astronaut to ever conduct a spacewalk. On top of all that, Jared and I share another passion: pediatric philanthropy. Jared has personally donated millions of dollars to improve health care for at-risk children all over America, a cause which brought us together. NASA is at a point of great pride for a generation. It represents a moral obligation for us to continue to lead in the greatest frontier ever known, and it deserves strong leadership. Jared is an articulate leader, a great father and husband, and one of the smartest people in America. Jared understands not only how to manage complex multi-billion-dollar organizations, but also how to design and engineer critical systems. And to top it all off, he knows how to fly spaceships. America has given us a mandate to push the boundaries of outer space, and NASA is in need of spiritual and organizational rejuvenation, and that will take fresh, bold leadership. Jared is the perfect man for the job, and I look forward to adding NASA administrator to his already remarkable resume. Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize Mr. Isaacman for his opening statement.
Thank you, and Senator Sheehy for the very generous introduction. Thank you, Chairman Cruz, Ranking Member Cantwell, distinguished members of the committee. I'm honored and very grateful to be here before you today as President Donald Trump's nominee to lead the National Aeronautic and Space Administration. I have lived the American dream, and I owe this nation a great debt. I would happily serve President Trump in any capacity, but to work alongside the people that have expanded the boundaries of exploration and brought humanity closer to the stars would be the privilege of a lifetime. Before I begin, I would like to acknowledge my crewmates, as you did earlier, Senator, along with my wife, Monica, and my two wonderful daughters that are sitting behind me, Mila and Liv. I do recognize I am a newcomer, so I thought I would share a bit about my story, along with my understanding of the challenges and the opportunities that lie ahead. I am an entrepreneur, and my journey began when I took a risk and left school at age 16 to build a company in my parents' basement. Despite my unconventional start, I found success very early in life and led my company into a multi-billion-dollar enterprise that employs thousands. I'm a pilot with an aeronautics degree. Over the last 20 years, I've flown over 7,000 hours in jets and ex-military aircraft, setting world records and performing in air shows. My passion for aviation also led me to start another company, this time a defense aerospace business. As a company, we operated the world's largest private air force. Our job was to fly fighter jets as adversaries, executing enemy tactics and training American warfighters. We managed hundreds of millions in defense contracts and saved taxpayers billions along the way. I'm also an astronaut. Alongside a talented team, I led 2 record-breaking missions to space. On my last mission, we tested a new spacesuit while performing a spacewalk and orbited farther away from Earth than any human has gone since the last time Americans walked on the moon. Along the way, my 2 crewmates, Sarah Gillis and Anna Menon, became the women who've journeyed farthest from Earth ever. I'm an advocate for science. During these missions to space, my crew and I performed approximately 50 science and research experiments. I've also publicly supported the Chandra X-ray Observatory and offered to fund a mission to extend the life and capabilities of the Hubble Space Telescope. I care about the people back at home and our collective future here on Earth. My space career did not burden the taxpayers. They were privately funded and aimed at inspiring and helping people all over the world. One example is the over $250 million we raised to support St. Jude Children's Research Hospital and their critical work to ensure no child dies in the dawn of life. Alongside these efforts, I've personally donated hundreds of millions of dollars to charitable endeavors. I share all of this because I am not a typical nominee for this position. I've been relatively apolitical. I am not a scientist. I never worked at NASA. I do not think these are weaknesses. In fact, I believe President Trump found them to be strengths. And if confirmed, I will bring all my experience to the greatest adventure in human history, the quest to discover the secrets of the universe. On that note, NASA is the most accomplished and respected space agency in the world, but for all NASA's historic achievements, the agency is not without challenges. Presidents have called for a return to the moon and a path to Mars since 1989, and well over $100 billion has been spent without the intended results. Most programs, new telescopes, rovers, X-planes, entire spaceships, are over budget and behind schedule. And this is discouraging because when people look up at the stars and wonder what is out there, they want those answers today and not decades down the road. And I know it is not lost on members of this committee that we have geopolitical rivals moving at impressive speeds. It's imperative for our national security, our pride, and all that we stand to gain in exploration that we never come in second place. If confirmed, and with the support and guidance of President Trump and members of Congress, we will reinvigorate a mission-first culture at NASA with the following objectives. First, American astronauts will lead the way in the ultimate high ground of space. As the President stated, we will prioritize sending American astronauts to Mars, and along the way, we will inevitably have the capabilities to return to the moon and determine the scientific, economic, and national security benefits for maintaining a presence on the lunar surface. We will focus our technology development efforts on the world's greatest engineering challenges, such as the practical application of nuclear propulsion, so we can truly unlock humankind's ability to explore among the stars. Second, we will ignite a thriving space economy in low Earth orbit. By working alongside international partners and industry, we can unlock the true economic potential of space and deliver meaningful benefits to the American people, potentially even charting a course for NASA to become a financially self-sustaining agency. Number three, NASA will be a force multiplier for science. We will leverage NASA's scientific talent and capabilities to enable academic institutions and industry to increase the rate of world-changing discoveries. We will launch more telescopes, more probes, more rovers, and endeavor to better understand our planet and the universe beyond. If confirmed, I will work alongside and recruit the most talented minds this nation has to offer, and we will concentrate our resources towards achieving the near impossible, the objectives that no other agency, company, or institution is capable of accomplishing. We will do so knowing the risks and the groundbreaking opportunities that lie ahead, because some risks, like exploring the worlds beyond ours, are worth taking. We will do this not just to expand our knowledge or strengthen our national security, but to improve all life here on Earth and inspire the next generation to reach even further. This is why America needs NASA, why the world needs NASA, because there is no more important investment than inspiring our children to build a better and more exciting future. And the best way NASA can do that is by delivering on our mission and ushering in a new golden age of science and discovery, and we will not fail. Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you. Ms. Trustee.
Oh, God. Okay. I'm good.
Thank you.
I'm all right.
Chairman Cruz, Ranking Member Cantwell,
Woo!
members of the committee.
Woo!
Thank you for convening this hearing.
Damn.
Senator Wicker, thank you so much for your very kind introduction. It has been a privilege to work with you on your staff for nearly 8 years, serving the people of Mississippi and all Americans. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I also thank President Trump for the incredible honor of this nomination to be a commissioner at the Federal Communications Commission. And last but not least, I thank my family for their love and support, and I'll briefly introduce those here today and watching via webcast. My parents, Terry and Ellen Trustee, my sisters, Lauren, Jennifer, Angela, Elizabeth, and Caroline, and my brother, TJ, my brothers and sister-in-law, Thomas Ventimiglia, Matthew Burton, Slola Fafita, and Naeem Trustee, and my precious nieces and nephews, Sophia, Thomas, and Julian Ventimiglia, Ella, Jack, Caroline Kay, and Henry Burton, and Isabel, Summer, Ellen, and Lana Trustee. I love you all so very much. Growing up in a large family with 5 sisters and 1 brother, I was taught early on about the value of service. Through my parents' daily actions, they emphasized the importance of helping others, whether through small acts or larger commitments. As I've grown older, I've credited my parents' example to the example set by my paternal and maternal grandfathers, George Preston Trustee Sr. and Ernest DeWitt Powell Jr., both of whom served our country in World War II and the Korean War, respectively. Although my grandfathers came from different backgrounds, they shared a common commitment to defending this country and protecting the values we all hold dear. What brings me here today is my desire to continue the shared commitment to public service and love of country that's been in my family for generations. When I first moved to Washington, D.C. nearly 20 years ago, after graduating from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, I began my career in the public policy office of a telecommunications company. This is where I was introduced to universal service principles and the critical mission of the FCC. During that time, I saw firsthand how access to modern communication services, particularly for Americans living in rural and remote areas, could change lives. I also learned the value of a simple internet connection. It not only gives communities the ability to stay connected with loved ones, but it opens the door to education, jobs, economic opportunities, and so much more. Indeed, it allows Americans to participate fully in society and an ever-expanding global digital economy. Following my time in the private sector, I've had the opportunity to work in the House of Representatives and in this hallowed chamber on telecommunications, technology, consumer protection, and most recently, national security. All of these policy areas are core to the FCC's mission to make available affordable, high-speed, reliable, and secure communication services. Now, in carrying out this mission, it's not lost on me that the problem set facing the Commission is both vast and diverse. The agency must contend with unforgiving geographic landscapes to achieve universal connectivity. It must stay ahead of sophisticated illegal robocallers, defrauding and scamming vulnerable populations like our youth and seniors. It must work with federal partners to defend the security of our communications networks from the attacks of nation-state actors. And it must work collaboratively with private and public sector interests to ensure that the United States leads the world in next-generation communications. Notwithstanding these issues, given my unique experiences working on both this distinguished committee and the Armed Services Committee, as well as the dedication and expertise.
You guys want to hear this, or you only here for the NASA thing? Because like I don't want to like mute it, but also at the same time, I can't give you context to like what's going on with the FCC, so I'm not really mute away.
To expand access to high.
All right. I heard a lot of things there in his opening statement that I liked. A lot of things that I have questions about, though. Some things that I like. Nuclear-powered rockets. Yeah, NERVA was explicitly mentioned. If you had that on your bingo card, good for you. It seems like he wants to focus on Mars, but use the moon as your development area, which is right. That's hold on.
This is various field centers, mission directorates. And
yeah, revenue positive is what I'm wondering about, but self-sustaining. I'm interested in that, but let's.
Which aims to keep us one step ahead of nations like China in the fight for supremacy in space. The threat from China is very real.
China.
Just last week, General Saltzman, Chief of Space Operations for the Space Force, testified before the U.S.-China Economic and Security Review Commission that Beijing has been explicit, as recently as October of last year, in stating that China intends to surpass the United States and become the world's preeminent space power. As General Saltzman put it, quote, China's advancement in space technology, their stated desire to dominate, and Beijing's disregard for international norms for the responsible use of space make them an incredible danger to U.S. prosperity and security. China has said that they will put a man on the moon by 2030, and that they will build a permanent lunar base there along with Russia by 2035. Based on how quickly they have already progressed, I think it is quite possible that China reaches those milestones sooner than those dates, and indeed that China reaches the moon before the end of President Trump's current term. Mr. Isaacman, if China beats us to the moon, what consequences might America face?
Mr. Chairman, I really appreciate that question, and I couldn't agree more with all of your commentary, sir, including in your opening remarks. We certainly cannot lose. If we do not lead the way and we're following, we may be following forever, and the consequence of which could be extraordinary. I mean, even if you're talking about things that have maybe even a low probability, let's say, for example, on the lunar surface, helium-3 becomes a new source of fusion power, it could shift the balance of power here on Earth. I don't think we can afford to find that out the hard way. As you said, sir, and I've agreed for a very long time, space is the ultimate high ground. We cannot afford to cede that ground.
So my team did a visual representation of what the stakes are. And it's a simple question: what does the future look like in 2030? Now, I will note that my team used ChatGPT to make this poster. And my immediate comment on seeing it is the American flag is too damn small. And I was told it was difficult to get a bigger American flag on AI. That may be underscoring the need to win the race for AI as well. But it does give a sense of exactly what the choices we're facing. Now, when we met in my office, you said beating China back to the moon was, quote, critical for our national interests. You also said that if President Trump turns on the television and sees Chinese astronauts on the surface of the moon before Americans, you said you would be fired that day. In your written testimony, however, you said, quote, we will prioritize sending American astronauts to Mars. There seems to be a bit of tension between the commitment you made in my office and your testimony. What is your view? Will you maintain course with the Artemis program so that we can return American astronauts to the moon before President Trump leaves office?
Mr. Chairman, I really appreciate the statement. First, I couldn't agree more with the President and his inspiring and ambitious goal to send American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on Mars. He didn't say we shouldn't go to the moon. I suspect the President, as I feel, and probably a lot of Americans, is what's taking us so long to get back to the moon, and why does it cost so much money? I absolutely want to see us return to the moon. As I mentioned in my prepared remarks, determine the economic, scientific, and national security value while we are also proceeding towards Mars. I don't think we have to make any tough trades here, Senator. I think if we can concentrate our resources at the world's greatest space agency, we don't have to make a binary decision of moon versus Mars, or moon has to come first versus Mars. I think we could be paralleling these efforts and doing the near impossible, which is exactly why the American taxpayers funded NASA in the first place.
Well, I will say on the question of whether NASA has to implement moon then Mars, United States law is explicit and unequivocal on that. 51 U.S.C. section 20302, which Senator Cantwell and I wrote, says, vision for space exploration. The administrator shall establish a program to develop a sustained human presence in cislunar space or on the moon as a stepping stone to future exploration of Mars and other destinations. The notion of the moon as a stepping stone is explicitly in U.S. law. Do you acknowledge that?
Yes, I do, Senator.
And let me ask you, given the current NASA budget, if we assume for a moment we're not going to see a dramatic shift and NASA's budget double tomorrow, do you believe it is possible to stand up a full mission to the moon and a full mission to the Mars simultaneously?
The Mars.
Senator, as I mentioned in my prepared remarks, I think we can absolutely do that. We can figure out the space economy in low Earth orbit. We can run more scientific missions. This is the agency that went from sending Alan Shepard on a suborbital mission, and 8 years later, we saw Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin on the surface of the moon. Do I think that we can get back to the moon, chart a course for Mars, and do all the other things? Absolutely, Senator.
So do we have
the other things
that you will not allow the scenario on the right on this poster to happen, that China will not beat us to the moon, that one of these heroes sitting in this room will set his or her, and as a father of two daughters, I'm particularly excited that Artemis is committed. It will be a her. The first woman will step foot on the moon, and she will be an American astronaut. Do we have your commitment that we will win the race to the moon and China will not beat us.
Senator, I only see the left-hand portion of that poster.
And next time we'll make the American flag bigger. Senator Cantwell.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that the poster be placed in the record.
An excellent idea, and a chairman who was
new
crossing his T's and dotting his I's would have done so already without objection. Senator Cantwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And continuing on this same point, listen, I have no doubt of your capabilities at the technical side of this and the expertise, both on the aviation and the space side. It's a question, I think, of a long-term challenge of different administrations to deliver on this goal and how each administration and each Congress does or doesn't support it. So I view your job as like wrangling the powers that be to support the mission and understand what it's going to take to support the mission. So like Senator Cruz, I want to understand a little bit more about your commitments. The most recent economic impact report highlighted that in fiscal year 2023, NASA projects to generate more than $75 billion in economic output. And the National Academy's studies chaired by Norm Augustine found that NASA's budget is often incompatible with the scope, complexity, and difficulty of its mission work. That means that we end up shortchanging it to certain degrees. So I want to make sure I understand what your commitment is, because there's been so much in the press. Do you commit not to closing any of the NASA's 10 centers or divesting from critical infrastructure without the expressed authorization of Congress?
Senator, you absolutely have my commitment to work alongside Congress. I think NASA is going to require the best and brightest from across the nation and all of our critical infrastructure in order to achieve its mission to do the near impossible for all humankind.
Do you see any reason to close these 10 centers?
Senator, there's only so much that I can be briefed on in advance of this opportunity. I fully expect to roll up my sleeves and determine, where all of our best resources are, so we can get back to achieving the mission as quickly as possible.
The 2024 National Academy's report noted that the use of service and firm fixed-price contracts at early stage of technology development can jeopardize mission success and degrade NASA's own in-house technical capabilities. What are your thoughts about these fixed-term contracts?
Senator, as someone...
That statement? I guess, do you agree with that statement? They can be deleterious. I'm just asking if you agree with that.
Well, I take two things away from that, Senator. First, having run a defense aerospace company for more than a decade, and generally I am a fan of fixed firm price contracts and being held accountable to what we bid. In terms of the difference between NASA's in-house expertise and what commercial industry is able to provide, I believe NASA should be working on, again, per my prepared remarks, on the near impossible, what no one else is capable of doing. And when they figure it out, commercial industry takes over and brings the rest of the world to follow.
You might be one heck of a entrepreneur in relation to science. You said you're not a scientist, but that won't matter if we make very bad decisions based on somebody's arbitrary budget analysis instead of what is our long-term mission. So that's what we're trying to get out of you. How do you think we're going to accomplish this so that we have a more, listen, the more we can explain this to everybody, I guarantee you the more my colleagues will support it in a budget. The more it gets slashed and burned by different approaches, by DOGE, the more harmful it can become to people, undermining the support for the mission overall. So you have a big challenge here. It's to move us forward at a critical moment. Where are you? So do you believe that we should have a reduction in workforce or the science budget, some of the things that I mentioned in my opening statement?
Senator, I read what's on NASA Watch and in the news like everybody else. If I'm confirmed, I am eager to understand all of the considerations, the discussions being made about a reorganization. I believe that we are going to need the best and brightest to do the near impossible, and we should be concentrating all of our resources on the most critical objectives that I kind of outlined in my opening remarks, ma'am.
Do you support the continued Artemis mission with the Space Launch System?
Senator, I believe that is currently the plan. I'd like nothing more than to see this Artemis 2 crew get around the moon, and then they're back at home watching their friends walk on the moon. I think the real question is again, why has it taken so long? Why does it cost so much money?
But in the issue of, are we going to commit to this? I think this and the lander redundancy are kind of like, people see that as we're going to the moon and we're going to get this done, not this discussion of like, we're going to skip these things, shortchange this, and then we're going to focus on Mars in a different route. That's what I'm trying to get from you. Whether when you get there, I get that you're saying it's the current plan. I'm asking, as a nominee to run this organization, do you have a different view of that you think right now there is a different way to do this?
Well, ma'am, I can tell you, not just as a nominee, but as a space enthusiast who wants my daughters to see American astronauts walking on the moon. It was the left-hand side of that poster that I'm fully supportive of. I'd like nothing more than to see Artemis 2 get around the moon and, again, see Americans walking on the moon. And, again, I don't think these are either or. I mean, NASA is an extraordinary agency that can do the near impossible. We can chart a course for Mars in line with the president's vision to return to the moon before the Chinese can get there, to figure out the space economy and do the other things, ma'am.
There's a lot here. So the HiCam program on thermoplastic composites, do you support that program at NASA?
I think NASA has the best, brightest, most talented engineers and scientists, and we should be working on cutting-edge technology.
Okay, I will want for the record whether you support that in clarity, not just like, hey, I like cutting edge technology. These are really big decisions that lots of us have already weighed in on, and we just want to know whether they're going to get slashed someday because the president wakes up and says he doesn't want to do it, and whether you're going to say yes, yeah, go ahead. So it will take all of us working together. Ms. Trustee, I don't want you to keep going ignored through the conversation. My time has expired. I will want to come back to you on the MVD, the broadcasters getting more ability in the marketplace, particularly as I mentioned earlier. You want a vibrant news competition, particularly when it comes to local journalism, reopening that case at the FCC, but I will take that for coming back on a second round. And I love that Senator Wicker thinks that you play chess instead of checkers, because we need a lot more chess playing at the FCC. Thank you.
Grandmaster Wicker.
Also, you can go out and shoot skeet and then come back and play chess. But thank you very much. Well, let me direct my first question to Mr. Isaacman. You probably know that NASA has 8 field centers, one of which is the John C. Stennis Space Center in Mississippi. The Stennis Space Center is home to NASA's largest rocket propulsion test site. If we didn't have that, we'd have to build another one. The Stennis Space Center also hosts a number of companies working on commercial space programs. The Space Center's infrastructure represents substantial government investment as well as private investments. So the day after you're confirmed and sworn in, will you come to visit me in Mississippi at the Stennis Space Center?
I will get there as soon as I possibly can, Senator.
All right. Well, I think that's a fair answer. Now, Ms. Trustee, let's talk about the plan for broadband bill. We finally got that reported a few weeks ago, and you worked with members of this committee, even as a staff member for the Armed Services Committee, in getting some compromise language on the Plan for Broadband Act. Do we need it? And what accommodations did we make to get everybody on the same page?
Senator, thank you so much.
Take about a minute and a half.
Okay, I got a minute and a half to explain this. So what she was asking was about specifically canceling facilities willy-nilly, or defunding different NASA facilities. That's what Cantwell was asking. And she's asking for a specific commitment on congressional record to certain missions. Like, that's a hard question to answer, right? Because Rook isn't gonna know the specifics without being there. He's not going to know the specifics, but at the same time, I'm trying to give context here, fellas, without, you know, being a dick. Guys, this is going to sound screwed up, but at the end of the day, the executive branch has the power to get rid of NASA things if the executive really wants to. That's the reality of the situation. That's not just something with this presidential administration. It's happened before. NASA just axed Viper last year without congressional approval. The Constellation program got axed without congressional approval, which put us in the mess that we're in right now. That's the reality of the situation, which is why I'm pretty sure that's why Rook was like, you know, he said, look, he couldn't really give a definitive answer because at the end of the day, that's how NASA works. Like, you can't commit to one thing or another. Specifically, I kind of commend him because you can't commit to a specific program you don't know anything about. It's very important, you know, to know your wheelhouse. You know what I mean?
During the COVID pandemic as it relates to our internet networks is because competition and innovation, a light touch regulatory framework we saw worked really well.
I understand.
We just have not seen the predicted harms materialize in the absence of more prescriptive legacy regulation.
Me personally, what I would have said instead of what Rook said is, and I don't know, take this for what it's worth. I don't know. You tell me if you want context of what I would have said. I would have said, I want to put NASA facilities to work. I want to put them to work. We have the existing infrastructure to get to the moon and get to the moon fast. It was all, the groundwork was laid by the Apollo program 50 years ago. I want to put these facilities to work. You know, I don't want NASA's political programs scattered, or not political programs. I don't want NASA's programs scattered to the wind. I want all these centers working together. That's what I would have said. I mean, I'm not sure why he didn't say that, but hey, whatever. Work on what, Mr. EJ? What program? Getting us to Mars. Every facility, getting us to Mars and using the moon as our training ground to get to Mars. Every single facility that NASA operates could be used in context to support that program easily.
Clarity about, are you committed to having a permanent presence on the moon?
Okay, here we go.
Senator, I think the biggest thing is we need to get back there. It's been taking a very long time, and the American taxpayers have invested an awful lot.
I agree with you on that front. Yeah. I think we can take that for granted between me and you. But I guess I want to get a sense, because, you know, the chairman laid this out, actually, and the poster that he had wasn't just about getting back to the moon, but it was about sustaining a presence on the moon. And I just feel like I don't have a good understanding of what your actual position is right now on that.
Well, I think, Senator, the first step to me is to return to the moon and determine its economic, its scientific, and its national security value for remaining there.
I saw that in your statement, and I guess I was confused because in your response to the chairman, you were talking about how, you know, helium-3, this is something that could very well shift the balance of power within the here on Earth. What else are you looking at? Like, what else is in your mind right now beyond helium-3 and the impacts there when you're talking about scientific, economic, and national security?
Well, Senator, that's what we need to get there to find out. You know, all the best science fiction movies out there have something like helium-3 as the economic justification for an enduring presence, not just on the moon, but throughout space exploration.
So I guess, you know, kind of as we've been talking about this, you know, moon, Mars, two priorities, you were much more definitive about saying we need to get to Mars. So I guess I just want to ask you that same question. What are the scientific, economic, and national security priorities that you see more clearly when it comes to going to Mars right now than in terms of having a permanent presence on the moon?
Well, Senator, to be clear, I certainly hope in the future that we have lots of space stations, a full lunar outpost, a Mars outpost, and we're pushing even beyond that. I'm just saying we need to get back to the moon. We need to figure out why we need to be there, and I certainly hope there is a reason.
Why do we need to be at, what I'm trying to get a sense of, you seem much more definitive about saying we need to get to Mars and putting resources towards that effort. What are the specific economic, scientific, and national security interests you see there? Because I get a sense that you have some greater clarity there than you do when it comes to the moon.
Well, I would actually hope you're getting a sincere answer from me that we should be doing both and the other things. Now, Mars...
You think we can do both moon and the Mars on the current NASA budget?
I sure hope so. It was built to do the near impossible and have a thriving space economy in low Earth orbit and continue extraordinary science missions to kind of unlock the secrets of the universe, sir.
Well, I guess I just want to reinforce what the chairman said. I mean, I think we need to have much more clarity in how we're talking about what it is our objectives when it comes to the moon. As mentioned, we have a lot more clarity about what China's objectives are, and I hope that that is something that you can clarify quickly if you are confirmed. When it comes to the International Space Station, what is your perceived timeline there in terms of when we should be starting to bring that down?
Well, Senator, first of all, I don't know of any reason why we should be bringing it down before what's currently scheduled. What I do think we need to do is maximize its remaining life, get as much of the high potential science and research to the station, figure out what that space economy is, so when the day does come to hand it off to the commercial LEO destinations, they are in a financially, self-sustaining type way.
And you talked about that in terms of the space economy. In terms of what should succeed the International Space Station, do you believe that that should be commercial only, or do you see prospects of the U.S. government or a government-run space station to succeed the International Space Station?
Well, right now, Senator, if we don't figure out the space economy, whether it's commercially operated or not, it's going to be entirely financially sustained by the government.
So but I guess I'm asking, do you have a preference in terms of, do you see a sense of need for a government run? I guess I'm just trying to ask you, what is it that NASA can do that commercial efforts can't do?
Well, that's a fantastic question, Senator. I mean, the line should be drawn again in terms of NASA undertaking the near impossible challenges that, again, no company, organization, or agency anywhere in the world would be able to undertake it. I gave a very good example, I think, in my opening remarks on nuclear propulsion. That's something that no company would ever embark upon. There is no obvious economic return. There's regulatory challenges. That's exactly the kind of thing that NASA should be concentrating its resources on.
The last thing I just want to say here, and I know I'm running out of time, I'm really hard to see. I think we're all very proud of the astronauts that are here in this room. But I think I could speak for them and say, look, we also recognize the importance of the civil servants playing so many different roles for the safety and the innovation that's out there. As I expressed to you, I am concerned about how this administration has approached what I believe are indiscriminate cuts and firings at different departments and agencies. And if you're confirmed, I hope that you stand up against indiscriminate cuts. I think we're all very recognizing that there are places for efficiencies and elsewhere, but we need to make sure that we're protecting the expertise that's out there. And with that, I'll yield back.
Thank you. Senator Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our two nominees today for your commitment to public service. Ms. Trustee, I appreciated meeting with you to learn more about your experience and your goals if you're confirmed as an FCC commissioner. And as you know, one of my top goals is to maintain a steady and predictable universal service fund.
I'm not 100. This is more FCC questions. I'm not 100% sure what that other person was getting at. That guy, that Senator Kim, he was saying, he basically said, can we get a commitment for going back to the moon? And Rook said, we want to go back to the moon, to beat China, and we want, beat China back there, and then we want to go to the moon, and then from there, we can determine through science endeavors, basically a lunar research station, we can determine the value of lunar presence from there, and that will tell us, whether, we're going to be there long term or not. I can't tell you if we're going to, he basically said we don't know, we could use mine H3, but we don't know if that's viable. We don't know if that's a thing. You have to go there to figure that out. And then the guy basically said, after that, why would you do Mars over the moon? Right? And Rook basically said we can do both of those things. We can do both of those things. We can leverage a Martian transit architecture and also go to the moon, which is right. I agree with that. That's correct. There was something about decommissioning the ISS early. No, I liked Rook's answer there. The ISS needs to stay to understand what's needed to make the commercial low Earth orbit destinations program that is basically replacing it, you need to understand what you need to do to get cleared off the ground with the ISS. You basically use that as your research facility for commercial low Earth orbit destinations and how it's all going to work. We've already seen the fruits of that labor with Axiom, the Axiom missions, private missions to the space station. Pretty good example. The last question, Rook gave a really good answer. The guy asked what should NASA be doing versus commercial? Why even use NASA if commercial is cheaper? And Rook said NASA should be used to leverage tech that is not viable for commercial endeavors to finance. That's right. That's what NASA should be doing. That is quite actually their objective on paper. If you look at like their founding charter, that was the whole point. That's the whole point of NASA, to do scientific research and development, and to push the frontiers of space through scientific research and development to leverage technologies that don't make any sense. Basically, NASA's designed to grow markets in space because it doesn't make sense to. This is not the first time something like this has been leveraged. The United States Postal Service 100 years ago leveraged airline companies or airplane manufacturers to build bigger planes that could fly the mail around and move the mail around more efficiently. That technology basically paved the way to, using commercial entities to move U.S. mail around, which basically led to the U.S. Doing heavy research and development to building long-range bombers. Something that proved to be very fortuitous during World War II and to this day. So, like, that's not the stupidest idea, guys. That's what NASA should be doing. So, like, if it seems like, commercial can just do it better. Commercial can just do it, yeah, to an extent. But if NASA isn't pushing the forefront, we could potentially miss out on a long-range bomber. And I know what people are going to say. Oh, EJ, yeah, long-range bombers are great. Yeah, especially when they led to something like the 737 or the 747 or the A320 getting made. That's kind of important to understand that. Boeing built the B-52, and then they took 4 engines off and made it smaller and made the 707 with that technology, which basically paved the way for the modern commercial jet age. That's really important to understand.
Global leadership. How can we ensure that national security perspectives
No, it's not a contest.
Included?
Guys, just for context here, this is not a contest between Miss Trudy and Mr. Isaacman. This is a double confirmation hearing. They decided to rope the SEC into a NASA confirmation, which, of course they did that. NASA can't have the spotlight by itself. It has to be, with somebody else. So she is the nominee for the Federal Communications Division, which is basically the federal division that is in charge of communication. So anything from like television to cell phone towers to antennas on spacecraft. The FCC has to get approval for, you need approval from the FCC in part, like rocket launches, like antennas on a rocket, antennas on airplanes, anything with communications.
It typically runs the
Satellite frequencies, yeah, that's another big one. Anything that's beaming some type of communications back and forth, albeit wired or wireless, goes through the FCC. Like what you've been hearing, yeah, Rook's answer was kind of weak, but on one or two things. But for the most part, yes.
We've worked a lot on that together. How do you think the FCC should modernize the USF to ensure its long-term sustainability?
Yeah, I don't care about that. But yeah, I don't mind Rook's answers. I'm a little concerned that Rook is being truthful. So, like, what does that mean? He can't say, like, it's pretty obvious that he wants to use NASA's pre-existing capital to basically refactor things and get the space program running, our national space program running on a regular schedule. That's pretty obvious. Now, what that's going to entail shifting funds around, he can't really say because he's not NASA administrator. So, I mean, they're asking like, you know, it's like if you're on a road trip and somebody asks you, like you're on a 1,600 kilometer road trip and there's gas stations every 100 kilometers, right? So that would, you know, that'd be okay. There's a gas station every 100 Ks. Like there's gas station 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all the way up to 16. That's like you driving on the road trip and somebody asking you willy nilly, are you going to stop at gas station 13? Are you going to do that? I don't know. Yeah, maybe. It's kind of hard to say. We'd have to go. I don't know my car's exact fuel consumption and the rolling resistance of the tires, right? You know, what do the weather conditions look like? Do I have to sleep? Like, there's a lot of factors involved there. And, like, I'm kind of concerned that, you know, they're going to take that as like, oh, you don't know. Well, yeah, of course you don't know because you can't answer what you don't know. I think Rook is being very truthful in that regard, but I'm worried that it's going to get misconstrued as partisan nonsense. But that's why I said, like, some of his answers were not the best. But then again, you know, what's the alternative? Being dishonest? I don't think that's wise either.
It's called the Inspire Women Act.
Yeah, Chimp, exactly. If Fluvus is the vehicle, the answer is always yes. Hey, we got the second tank working, Geek, so it's every other station now, okay? All right, here we go.
In Minnesota on Saturday. Thank you. I was there.
Understood, Senator. First step is I'm still working on getting my two daughters to want to grow up and enter into the STEM fields. I've tried the space flight, and I will get there. I would love to answer that really in two parts. I think the first thing is it is a fundamental obligation of NASA to inspire the next generation to want to be scientists, engineers, astronauts, pilots, doctors, researchers. And I think the best way NASA can do that is by executing on its mission. I mean, that is what's going to have children want to dress up as astronauts and scientists for Halloween, is to get back to the moon, to get to Mars, and to inspire the world with whatever the replacement is someday for James Webb that gives us 100 times the resolution. The second part, ma'am, is what I mentioned in my opening remarks about NASA being a force multiplier for science. Once we inspire them in their youth to want to grow up and join this grand endeavor, we want to get them hands-on in their various academic institutions. I think NASA can lend its expertise, its talent, its bulk buying of rockets, its standard bus architecture, and get academic institutions to want to contribute, whether it's building probes or sensors, get them hands-on so when they graduate, they want to join the greatest space agency in the world.
Very good. You know, I think not just with space, but also with medical developments right now because of a combination of mapping of the human genome. I'm home of Mayo Clinic, Minnesota, as well as the potential of AI to do good when it comes to things like rare diseases. We're just on this cusp of scientific development kind of bursting out. And I do get concerned about some of these cuts to science-based research and agencies across the government, not just space-related. Will you be an advocate for science within the administration?
Yes, ma'am. I do believe the president is looking to usher in a golden age of science and discovery. Personally, I just spent a few days ago with 40 different science and researchers sharing the results from my most recent mission to space. I'm passionate about science. I'd love nothing more than to continue to see NASA go out and try and unlock the secrets of the universe.
Thank you.
Phenomenal plugs for Minnesota in that questioning.
Always find a way. You'll learn that soon, Mr. Marino.
So Senator Moran, see if you can top that for Kansas.
Well, that wasn't what I intended to talk about, but I'm happy to promote my state and have to, certainly to Mr. Isaacman. Wichita, in particular, the air capital of the world, Wichita State, NIAR, and these astronauts, when I had a conversation with them by phone, asked me the question, do you know that you have the greatest space museum in the world in Kansas? To which I said, I know that. I'm just pleased that you know that. Can I tell the rest of the world that you're saying those things? And so I thank you for that opportunity. The Cosmosphere in Hutchinson, Kansas.
Yeah, it's
Ms.
pretty
Trustee,
good.
let me start with
It's a good
you.
museum.
I'm
I've
pleased
never
by your
been.
nomination that President Trump has chosen to nominate you. I appreciate the friendship you and I have had over a long period of time of my office in Dirksen, and we've passed and had conversations in the hall for a long time. I have great faith in you. Let me ask you these. Well, on that topic, let me tell you that it's been my disappointment over time to watch the FCC become much more partisan and incapable of reaching decisions. It's changed in the time that I've been in the Senate, as the Senate has changed in the time that I've been in the Senate. And I would encourage you to use every effort to find ways to find solutions to problems and to bring the commission together to serve the American people. And I don't know that I need to ask you, but I assume you would say that you will do so.
Yes, absolutely, Senator.
Thank you. I want to mention just spectrum
on
policy, as a
C-SPAN.
couple of my colleagues have mentioned before. Looking at Congress's options about authorities to the FCC when it comes to reauthorizing that spectrum auction authority, what would your recommendations be?
Okay, I'm not interested in the FCC stuff. You guys got anything? So the last two things are, inspiring women in STEM and stuff. And Rook said something I think is very true. NASA needs to inspire everyone by launching things. If you don't complete your mission, all your outreach, albeit women in STEM, anyone, and anybody, any American, right? If you don't launch stuff, look at that guy. He's just like, hey, what's up? If you don't, I've said this very much. Like you could do all the outreach, you could do everything that you want. You know why people are such big fans of SpaceX? Because they launch things a lot. Now NASA doesn't need to launch an SLS every day or every couple of days like Falcon 9. You get just please not one launch every 10 years.
Rid us of the rules that are no longer necessary or inhibit competition that currently exist in media ownership rules.
Yeah, appreciate the question, Senator.
I do appreciate Rook saying stuff about driving university studies. NASA basically offering a university level standardized satellite bus so more university students can launch CubeSats into space, albeit on a SpaceX mission or on an SLS mission. Yeah, the SLS mission, Artemis 1 was a rideshare. Not a lot of people know that. There were secondary payloads on board. I like that. That's a good idea. NASA, I think that NASA should be everywhere. On the recruiting level at the universities, and believe it or not, in high school, NASA should be doing that kind of outreach. Because look, when I was in high school, I don't know if it's changed. Anybody tell me if it's changed? When I was in high school, there was a Marine Corps recruiter in the cafeteria every day. All right, and I have nothing against the Marines. Semper Fi, you guys are the best. We'll eat crayons together, dude. I'll eat with you. That's not the point that I'm trying to make. If there's a Marine Corps and an Army recruiter in the schools, there should be a NASA recruiter as well. No exceptions.
To make sure that we don't overbuild and that you're not both
Blue
providing
is,
dollars
grape
to
is
the
my
same,
favorite crayon.
opportunities to provide broadband and internet services. So would you consider, how would you consider the FCC
that was only a couple
holding
years ago.
off moving forward on allocating 5G funding until BEAD allocation decisions have been made in order to maximize that, the efficiency of those 5G funds?
I appreciate this question, Senator. This goes to the heart of interagency coordination. I think the FCC and NTIA need to be in constant contact about where BEAD is going, when it's going, so that we can be better stewards of taxpayer dollars, target funds to unserved areas, ensure that there's no duplication or overbuilding, as you mentioned. And there could be a possibility where BEAD infrastructure could be leveraged for USF funds or vice versa.
Hell yeah, man.
But I think
I'm
this
with
all
you.
goes to interagency
I'm with you, dude. Having a NASA recruiter in every high school would probably take up 50% of its budget. The Onion, here's my non-political answer. So what? Increase the budget then. Or, I know, increase the budget then, because that can happen. Or, so you want to, question for Rick, hold on.
In the short 12 seconds that I have left in my time, I'll ask, I guess, one question. Do you believe that the current Artemis architecture featuring SLS rocket or Orion spacecraft is the best and fastest way to beat China to the moon?
Uh-oh.
Senator, this is the current plan. I do believe it's the best and fastest way to get there. I don't think it's the long-term way to get to and from the moon and to Mars with great frequency, but this is the plan we have now, and we've got to get this crew around the moon and the follow-on crew to land on the moon.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I recognize Senator from Michigan, Gary Peters.
Thank you, Senator. Congratulations to both of our nominees here on your nomination to these important positions. Mr. Isaacman, we had a great opportunity to talk yesterday in my office about a variety of issues. Artemis came up frequently, as I know it's come up at the hearing frequently as well, including Senator Moran in the previous question. And you suggested here and there that NASA can pursue the Artemis program or a mission to the moon and a potential Mars mission in parallel tracks, is how you've been describing it. I'm concerned, though, about the possibility of achieving that. While we expect budget cuts to NASA, we've already seen cuts and somewhat significant cuts, I would argue, to staff at NASA. So my question for you is, do you agree that budget cuts would undermine that vision that you are expressing?
Well, Senator, I think right now NASA has a pretty extraordinary budget. I believe it's close to every federal law enforcement agency combined ×2. With that budget and those resources available, I do believe we can do the near impossible. I think we can have multiple flagship scientific missions at once, which means we can have multiple space exploration missions at once and try and solve the space economy in low Earth orbit, sir.
Even with budget cuts, you'll be able to do that?
Well, Senator, I'm not familiar with what what's potentially being contemplated, but I will absolutely do the most with the resources available to try and deliver on NASA's world-changing mission, sir.
So given I think it's pretty clear we're likely to see constrained budgets, how do you envision speeding up our timeline for the Mars mission that you talked about while also ensuring that Artemis is properly resourced and protected from any future cuts that may come their way?
Well, Senator, I think across the board, we have to acknowledge, as I mentioned in our opening remarks, we do have problems here. The presidents have called for return to the moon and a path to Mars since 1989. We spent a lot of money, and we haven't gotten this crew around the moon, let alone landing on it. If I'm confirmed, I absolutely am going to roll up my sleeves and get in the trenches with the best and brightest and figure out where we have our program challenges, what's impeding progress, clear those obstacles, and get back to delivering on the mission. If we can do that, then we're going to get the inspirational side of NASA going, we're going to get the STEM side growing, and the next generation is going to grow up and want to reach even farther, sir.
As you know, public-private partnerships between NASA and commercial space companies is a critical part of space exploration efforts. You know that firsthand from your flight to space twice with SpaceX. And I understand that you have business ties with SpaceX previous to your nomination as well. My question for you, given the fact that Elon Musk serves both as the CEO of SpaceX as well as is a White House employee and leader over DOGE, which has significant influence over spending and contracts, at least that's what we have been seeing. Certainly in our meeting, I was happy to hear you say to me that you are not beholden to Elon Musk in any way. So I want to give you an opportunity to say that on the record, if I may. So first, have you had any communication, emails, text, or calls with Elon Musk regarding how your plan to manage NASA since you were nominated?
Not at all, Senator.
What steps will you take, if confirmed, to ensure that he is not allowed undue influence, given the extensive contracts that he has with NASA, to make sure that he has no undue influence over the awarding or the implementation of those contracts?
Well, I think, Senator, I absolutely want to be clear. My loyalty is to this nation, the space agency, and their world-changing mission. I have to imagine that in the 1960s, Administrator Webb would have taken phone calls and welcomed the input from all the various contractors that were contributing to the endeavor. But they're the contractors. NASA's the customer. They work for us, not the other way around, Senator.
Very good. Ms. Trustee, you have a deep history working on defense-related spectrum issues that are absolutely critical, as you know, to our security apparatus. However, agencies other than the DoD use spectrum for key public safety applications, and I believe that they need to be protected as well. One such band is 5.9, also known as the auto safety spectrum, which is overseen by the Department of Transportation. This band allows for the deployment of safety.
That was a good answer. That was a good answer. SpaceX works for NASA, not vice versa. That is a very good way to say that. I like that a lot. I could not have answered that better. Really, that's a great way to say that.
Will reduce roadway safety in the long term, and I believe we can't let that happen again. I think my senator from Ohio will agree that we have to make sure auto safety is always put at the forefront of considerations when it comes to this spectrum. So my question to you is, if confirmed, will you commit to protecting the remaining auto safety spectrum for roadway safety innovation like?
Sorry, I just can't get over it. Look at that. Look at that freaking guy. Bruh. That's freaking nuts. Sorry, I don't care about the FCC questions. Not because I'm ignorant to the issues or anything. It's just I just don't know enough about it to really give you guys the context that I can with space stuff. So, I mean, yeah, mullet enjoyer, dude. Mullet, yeah, I care more about the mullet than the FCC. No, it's just I just don't really know enough about it to comment one way or the other. That's why. Yeah, I'm sorry. And it's conveniently giving me a break so I can talk to you guys. Yeah, that's the extent of my knowledge, Hypersonic. The FCC won't let me be me without me. Because they tried to shut them down on MTV because it feels so empty without me. One of the last senators was from Michigan, by the way.
And for being here today. We appreciate it and appreciate the opportunity to visit with you. Mr. Isaacman, I was so pleased to hear you talk about nuclear propulsion.
Yeah!
We have Oak Ridge National Labs. We have Arnold Air, which is the only place you can do hypersonic testing. And, of course, Huntsville and Marshall Space Flight is very close to our Tennessee border. We have a lot of Tennesseans that are there. So pleased to hear you put some emphasis on that. We agree with you that emphasis needs to be placed there. But I want you to just give me a synopsis of what you think is the most important area of competition as we look at what is happening with China, with Russia, with great power competition, what North Korea and Iran are doing.
Senator, thank you very much for the question. For starters, competition can work really well. I think competition from a commercial perspective is doing great. We've gone from a world where at one point in time the nation had a dependency on one launch provider and foreign rocket technology. Now we have a very mature commercial industry with several providers able to help us accelerate mass and people and astronauts into orbit. Well, competition works well on the global stage as well, ma'am, so long as we don't lose. And right now, I mean, that couldn't be more important in the ultimate high ground of space. I mean, that is a critically important domain. NASA will continue to press out, lead the way in that ultimate high ground, but we're going to need our partners in the Department of Defense, the Space Force. We're going to need to be collaborating and making sure they're watching out for us.
Ms. Trustee, welcome. And I'm so pleased to see so many of your family members here to support you, and to all of the, I guess it's nieces and nephews that are here.
That's right, and siblings and friends.
Just know she's really smart, and she's working hard. Okay, we talked a little bit about spectrum, and as you know, it concerns me that 60% of our mid-band spectrum is held.
Yeah, I don't mind that answer. You know, that question that she asked a second ago was what was the most important thing, like the most important aspect of, racing another nation to get to the moon. Like what's the most important aspect? And Rook said that the competition is the most important aspect. He said competition works well in commercial and it can work between nations as long as we don't lose. Like space racing is not bad for space flight. It'll get us further. That's true. Now, just some context. This is my personal opinion, not necessarily just context. There is an argument to be made that a space race can very much turn into something that's not sustainable. Apollo is a good example of that. Apollo is this amazing space program, and people that are not fans of NASA argue that it was just a big money sink to put flags and footprints on the moon. I would argue that, the only waste of money, it only became a waste of money after we canceled it. You can have a grandiose space program, right? But you got to be careful, like, if you're going to go into a straight race, that you don't shoot your shot and then be done with it. I would argue that the Apollo program didn't have a chance to become sustainable because it was implemented rather hastily, right? And that's fine and dandy, but you got to be careful about space racing. If anything, it's a cautionary tale as to why racing another country to get to a certain destination in space could potentially be not sustainable in the long term, because, once the point of a race is that it ends. You win or you lose. That's not the best driver of long-term space flight, to be honest. But then again, that's the reason why NASA exists in the first place, to kind of buck that trend.
Universal service generally as a concept.
I just want to know reforms.
Yes, Senator. So there could be distribution reforms or contribution reforms, depending on what the facts tell us. I think there's an opportunity to have performance metrics for each of the programs to understand what the efficacy is of each of the.
What are they losing by not getting back to the moon first? That's a good question, Cammie. I mean, personally, beating, as an American, this is okay. So this is very much a personal answer from me. Okay, beating China would be nice, but that's really not. So, the spaceflight domain is expanding like crazy. Like the ocean frontier expanded. 100. Actually, it was more like 200 years ago. And those that were able to build ships, the English and the Dutch, capitalized on that big time. When trains really became popular, the people that capitalized on that, us, Europe, at the time, really, hold up, might be another question. That was a big deal. The domain of space is expanding and becoming a new frontier on the commercial and the government radar here. If we lay back and just let China do their thing, they could, that could be their domain, just like the seas became the domain of the British Empire.
Issue of for-cause removal was subject to pending litigation and that you would not weigh in. Regardless, it appears that President Trump believes he can fire you at will when confirmed. How will you maintain your independence if the president can fire you simply because he may not like a position you take?
What?
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate the question, and I understand the importance of the issue. My job, if confirmed, is to focus on upholding and enforcing the law. Whatever happens with what's subject to pending litigation, my first obligation.
So, guys, yeah, I don't want to weigh in on this. That's I don't know enough about it. So, yeah. Anyway, how would you feel if your boss could fire you? Yeah, yeah. Hey, can you support? Will you stop at gas station 13? Will you stop at gas station number 9 on your trip? I don't know. Maybe. What?
Able to gather information elsewhere. It's the importance of the record. The decisions that will be made that are in front of you will be based on the record that is established. Is that something you agree with?
Yes, Senator.
I just want to make sure he doesn't switch a question over to Rook.
I've also been very disturbed by the actions taken by Chair Carr.
Okay. Joke's on you. I always stop at gas station 9. Yeah, AP, but what about gas station 8? Why would you not stop at gas station 8? Are you going to stop at gas station 8 on this road trip? Why not? See, that's the game. That's the game that you play. You know, I said a little bit earlier that I'm worried Jared is being more truthful than anything, but honestly, I appreciate the candor, to be honest with you. That's the best way to do this, you know. But gas station 9 is Buc-ee's. Yeah, well, Nova, does that mean your job as a federal employee is to be impartial to gas stations? Why are you biased towards gas station 9? Isn't that a conflict of interest? Because you're biased to Buc-ee's because it's a Buc-ee's? You see the game? You see the game here? Look, you know, you can play these games all you want. This is why I don't really want to cover politics a lot, because, you know, there's a time to do stuff like that, and there's a time to not do stuff like that. And I feared that, you know, with politics, when somebody doesn't like your point of view on things, they'll, you know, instead of disagreeing and trying to find a happy medium, we come up with these gotcha questions on the record to make people look stupid instead, you know, because that's a great way to work together. It's a great way to work together. Really good call. Great, lovely. I don't like these obtuse gotcha questions. That's not going to help us get down to brass tacks for a confirmation. And this is why I don't like I don't cover politics with you guys. Like, sorry, I don't mean to weigh in on it. I'll get off my soapbox now.
My colleagues' time as well. I'm going to submit your questions to the record. Ms. Trustee, I just want to conclude by sharing with you that you have an ethical record. You have a strong reputation.
Okay, he's still talking to her. Well, Murray, like, that's always the flip side of this. Obviously, they're there to represent their constituents. They're there to represent jobs, and, you know, nobody wants to, you know, you could put the good of yourself, you know, if you put country before you, right, as a senator, you're going to wind up with nothing, because you're going to do it for the greater good, and all that's going to do is get jobs lost in your district, or if you're a representative, right, and people will argue that you're not a good representative, even if it's for the good. And this is the duality of this. You know what I mean?
To our nominees, congratulations, and thank you for willing to serve your country and your families. Great to see so many families here.
It's your one 6 months in advance.
Make sure
man.
I get your commitment off the bat to come to Alaska, see the many challenges we have in Alaska. You can bring your whole family. We can do it during the summer. Go fishing, but I need you to get out to my state and see the challenges, particularly as it relates to communications, broadband, internet connectivity. You know, people talk about rural, and then there's Alaska, which is just way more rural than everywhere else. Can I get your commitment to do that?
Absolutely, Senator.
And you know, when the FCC commissioners do that, they've all come to our state.
So what are the chances they don't like his answers and don't accept his nominations? Has it happened before? I don't know how this works. Squall, there's obviously going to be naysayers. There's going to be naysayers, always. It's the majority of senators. So this is a confirmation meeting. They're going to get their facts, and they're going to, you know, vote to confirm him, yes or no. It doesn't have to be unanimous. It's just a majority. There are 100 senators in the Senate in the United States, 2 from every state. There's 50 states. You just have to get the majority of them to sign off. Personally, I think Rook has conducted himself with pretty damn good candor, and I think he's made his goals about as clear as they possibly can be, without going into details or confirming one thing or another. Now, some could interpret that as being, you know, kind of obtuse in this regard because you have some nefarious scheme. I mean, guys, we know Rook. We've seen him. He's very straightforward about stuff like that. I mean, Jack interviewed him over at NSF. He's very straight to the point. I don't think he's being like obtuse about things and giving non-answers just because, I don't want people to know what I'm doing. I don't want to show my hand. I think he's doing it because he generally doesn't know. Some of the answers you just don't know. Like, how do you know about this program, like gas station 13? Like, how do you know if you're going to stop? I don't know. it's not something I can really give you a correct answer for. And people are like, oh, okay, well, that's a non-answer. Like, how are you going to answer that? You got to be careful with this stuff. Because, you know, if you say you commit to a program here, and then you figure out later, because you don't know what it is, right? You say you commit to a program here to get somebody's vote. And then as NASA administrator later, you know, you reverse course on that. Guess what? You just perjured yourself in a Senate confirmation hearing on the congressional record. You just lied. That's not good. All that does is further you from NASA's goals. All right, Rick's talking.
Obligation of NASA to inspire the next generation to want to grow up and be scientists, engineers, astronauts, researchers, and set the bar even higher. And I do believe the first step on that journey is to execute on the mission. I mean, nothing's going to create more future scientists and engineers than seeing American astronauts on the moon, American astronauts on the Mars, in line with President Trump's vision, planting the stars and stripes on Mars. So I do think that is a fundamental obligation. I think that NASA right now, we could do a better job, if confirmed, on emphasizing quality content over quantity. There's, I think, about 300 different NASA social channels. They're awesome. They put a lot of good things out. I think we can narrow that down and make sure we're capturing the really inspirational footage, what everybody wants to see, that inspires them to grow up and want to reach even higher.
Good. I think you'll have strong bipartisan support for doing that. I also want to get your commitment, if confirmed, to come to Alaska.
Senator, as a pilot, I've been fortunate to fly around Alaska quite a bit, and I would point out on aircraft that rolled off assembly lines in Wichita. I know Senator Moran would like to hear that. I'm looking forward to returning.
Good, because as you know, and you've helped pioneer commercial space flight, you know better than most that the future of space access isn't just Cape Canaveral or Vandenberg. It is increasingly spread across our entire country, including places like Alaska. The specific spaceport complex on Kodiak Island is the only high-altitude, polar-capable spaceport in the United States. There is rising demand for facilities like that at Kodiak in terms of both government and commercial launches. They've done both, and I would love to take you out to Kodiak Island, not just to see the largest brown bears in the world, of which we have thousands, but a really, really up-and-coming spaceport complex. Have you ever spent time out at the Kodiak Spaceport Complex?
Senator, I have been there. I did not see any bears. I was looking, and I would love to return, sir.
Okay, so you and I are going to return, and we'll get an eye on some bears, maybe do some fishing with Miss Trusty when she brings her family. In all seriousness, that is a spaceport complex that I think has enormous potential. Would you agree with that?
Senator, I think that, as mentioned before, space is the ultimate high ground. It's a vitally important domain for national security. I frankly think we need more spaceports. We have to always ensure our access to low Earth orbit and ensure national security.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Guys, the reason why they keep asking him, are you going to come see this? Are you going to come see this? Is because sometimes going and showing people, like your spaceport, showing people what you're doing in your state and showing the NASA administrator that kind of stuff, you'd be like, oh, okay, this is a huge spaceport that I knew nothing about. That's why they keep saying, oh, are you going to come to my state? Well, you're going to come to my state? Look at how important it is.
Senator Blunt Rochester, at yet another massive state.
That's correct. That's correct. Delaware. And we are... That's right. We're the first state, though. That's the important thing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to Ranking Member Cantwell. Welcome, Ms. Trustee and Mr. Isaacman and your families. I'd like to start my questions with Ms. Trustee. As an avid tech person myself, I love this stuff. Based on...
I am a tech person. How do you do, fellow kids?
I've heard exciting things about how 6G networks will be integrated with AI to enable better connectivity. In the House, I was fortunate to lead bills on immersive technology and it really helping us train our workforce.
Okay, that's another FCC question. I'd go fishing off of Kodiak, and I don't even like fishing. But it's Alaska. I'd do that. Just saying, for what it's worth.
initial 5G rollout, such as Huawei's being used as a potential supplier. Infrastructure build-out.
We need to go fishing everywhere, not have time to run NASA. Hey, Agaton, with a Starlink, you'll be fine, dude. You can run NASA anywhere. You want to go crabbing in Alaska? Yeah, there you go. I'm not a big fisherman, Artyom, despite being from Massachusetts, which has an insane amount of coastline. Yeah. Fishing is cool. Like, I dig it. It's zen-like, man. You know, you sit on a boat, you drink a couple, knock back a couple brews with your boys, and go fishing. Get a big fish and you throw it back. That's cool. I dig it. It's gonna sound so screwed up, but that's like, that's way more chill than what I want to do with my free time. I work. I like working. You know, like, you can ask Bree. I always want something to do. It's very rare that I'll just be like, no, I just want to sit here and watch water. Like, I get it. I know fishing is cool. I'm just not a big fisherman, man.
Which can help diversify and strengthen our domestic supply chain so that we're not overly reliant on one or two vendors. And I think it can help increase security, competition, and ultimately reduce the...
You save that level of chill for retirement, something like that.
I'm a big supporter as well on strengthening our supply chains. We actually have a Cantwell, Blackburn, Blunt, Rochester bill.
Ever gone hunting? Once, Skeleton, but it was so long ago, I might as well have just not, you know? Hunting is cool. I get it. Like, I'm not hating on fishing. It's just not my thing, dude. I'm not hating on hunting either. Hunting's cool. Because hunting and fishing is about patience, and that's something I do understand. You got to be patient. My job's on the internet, guys. You got to be patient. I do get that, for sure. I'm writing down everything, Trey. If you guys wonder why I'm staring at the ground, I've wrote down all pertinent and important questions, and all pertinent and important bullet points from Rook's opening speech. And yeah, if anybody has questions about certain things, I'll try to explain context as straightforward as I can. Maybe spearfishing is your thing. Spearfishing is for you then. Both chats said that. I don't know, dudes. Like, I'm not hating on fishing. It's just I'd rather go into my garage and, you know, work on a car than go fishing. Like, I'm not hating on it. Like, if the guy's gonna say, hey, let's go fishing in Alaska, I'd be like, yeah, sure, man. Yeah, well, you know, I could bag myself a deer. Wow, you're gonna shoot a deer? A doe-eyed little deer. Wham! A freaking bullet comes through your head. Your brains is on the ground in little bitty pieces. Now, let me ask you, would you give a crap what color pants the son of a gun that shot you was wearing? Well, you're gonna shoot a deer? Yeah, you know. What about these pants? You think they look okay? Once again, I'm not hating on fishing. It's just not really my thing. I'd do it. Some people are like, yeah, let's go fishing. I'm like, yeah, man, let's do it. So for the record, you're not going fishing in Arizona. You can go fishing in Lake Havasu as far as I know, rocket science. But yeah, no, not in the cards. If I was going to Arizona, I'd go find junkyards with car parts. Like, it's just how I roll, man. Nothing like high altitude Alaskan fishing. Yeah, high altitude. He definitely meant latitude. High latitude spaceports. High latitude spaceports are important because it's actually easier to launch stuff into polar orbits and sun synchronous orbits from higher latitude spaceports. You know, Kerbal and kind of the general rule in like the spaceflight community is that you want something near the equator. Well, that's great for getting into equatorial orbits, but believe it or not, it's actually worse for getting into polar orbits. I want a mid-range latitude, so like 20 to 40 degrees would give you equal opportunity and access to both of them.
These days for GPS, for weather, for communications purposes, for surveillance and much more. So a collision or a loss of key satellites could result in even catastrophic national security and economic costs.
Pretty much like
as you know, the TRACS system, Traffic Coordination System for Space, was launched in 2024. It's being developed to provide situational awareness data across civil, military, and commercial sectors. Mr. Isaacman, if confirmed, how would you ensure that NASA coordinates with Department of Commerce and DoD on space situational awareness and space traffic management efforts?
Senator, thank you very much for the question. This is a subject that I'm pretty passionate about. My 2 missions to space, the #1 risk we faced was from orbital debris. For starters, I think NASA absolutely will play a role as this new frontier continues to open, and ideally we have lots of space stations and lots of activity and a great flourishing economic environment in space. I believe all of the information that we can gather from our assets on space debris should be funneled into a single mission control that has the ultimate situational awareness. But I have to say also the biggest threat, Senator, is what we can't track. What is so tiny, the millimeter-sized objects at orbital velocity that can shred a satellite or a spacecraft. And in that respect, we have to stop adding to the problem. The United States is very good at not adding to the problem. I can't say that's the same for some of our geopolitical rivals, sir.
Maybe you could speak with a little more specificity about the gravity of the problem. Paint the picture for those who might be watching these proceedings about how extensive this challenge has become, and I'll just let you take it from there.
Senator, absolutely. A lot of people think of whether it's a discarded second stage in orbit or a defunct satellite as the problem. We know where they are, and we can have trajectories that avoid them. The issue is the speck of paint that falls off that satellite that's now traveling at 17,500 miles an hour and can collide with another object going 17,500 miles an hour. I had an opportunity to visit the NASA facility, the White Sands Missile Range, and see what a 1 and 2 millimeter piece of aluminum does at near orbital velocities.
White Sands mentioned.
What it penetrates through is pretty. It's eye-opening to say the least. It is an issue. We certainly need to do all we can to avoid any sort of kinetic conflict in low Earth orbit, to stop adding to the problem. And again, I think the United States does a fantastic job at doing this. We need to work really hard to make sure others, maybe less responsible actors, don't add to the problem.
Well, I'd like to work with you on this challenge, should you be confirmed, as I believe you will be. So clearly you're conversant in it, and it sounds like you'll be prioritizing this. Ms. Trusty, the FCC's...
So that question was about space debris management and space situational awareness. Now, though SDM and SSA are kind of founding creeds for the Space Force. That's what the Space Force does. If you guys are wondering, like, oh, why does the Space Force exist? If you don't know too much about this stuff, the Space Force really exists because of to track debris and to kind of figure out where everything is up there. The reason why is because you don't want one of those paint specks that he's talking about hitting your multi-bajillion-dollar spy satellite. All right. Now, how that pertains to NASA, I'm not like 100% sure. I mean, NASA does operate in the same domain, but that's like asking the Coast Guard why you don't have bigger weapons on your ships. Like, oh, why doesn't the Coast Guard cutter have a missile launcher on it? Because it's the Coast Guard. What? I don't really understand why he would ask that, but he did. And Rick's answer was pretty good, yeah. This American flagged container ship. Why doesn't it have more guns on it? Well, it's a container ship. Okay. Why doesn't Kansas have a Coast Guard? Yeah, government agencies don't like to work together. Well, yeah, I mean, but the Space Force and NASA if you're, okay, tell me I'm wrong. If you're going to get into interagency like competition and stuff, I don't think NASA and the Space Force is the right tree to bark up, because they that's a little weird. That's a weird. NASA and the Space Force work together. like big time, because they have to. Like, Space Force provides weather information, space meteorological data for every NASA launch and every launch in general. Like, of course they work together. They have to, because that whole physics thing. That's the point I'm trying to make.
I think we have been outflanked over the years by the Chinese in particular, but also by others. And we need to develop a unified position here at the federal level between the FCC and state and NTIA and various.
To Kodiak, watch rockets go sideways. Underrated comment, Psycho. So when do we get the verdict? Well, this is a confirmation hearing to kind of figure out what Rook's all about.
Ranking member of the Aviation and Space Subcommittee, I am looking
They'll
forward
vote on
to
it
getting
later.
a bipartisan NASA reauthorization done to make sure that NASA is able to execute its mission with a consistent vision and congressional support, free of undue influence from any temporary government employees. According to the Global Counter Space Capabilities Report published this month, the PRC is rapidly advancing a broad spectrum of counter space capabilities as part of a sustained push to secure military power in orbit and expand their presence in space. The PRC has also started building its second satellite internet constellation in lower Earth orbit and has committed to continued human presence in LEO at its Tiangong space station.
Yep.
More than ever, NASA's missions need to be consistent and laser focused and avoid major subversions of mission priorities and diversion of funds, not only for our global space leadership, but also for national security. I'm going to, Mr. Isaacman, ask you a couple of yes/no questions, but first I just want to say that a sustained human presence in low Earth orbit is crucial for advancing scientific research, testing technologies for future deep space missions, and fostering a thriving economy and global leadership, as LEO serves as a unique environment for research, development, and training due to its microgravity environment. By supporting extended human operations in LEO, NASA can test exploration systems, conduct human research, and maintain operational expertise, vitals for missions on the moon and to Mars. These are not things that can be done by machine alone, and a gap in our human presence in LEO will likely result in ceding our leadership to the PRC. Mr. Isaacman, do you support maintaining continuous human presence in low Earth orbit?
Yeah.
I do, Senator. I think if reusability has given us anything, it's a very affordable path to send American astronauts to and from low Earth orbit.
Thank you. Elon Musk has suggested that the International Space Station's strategic value has run its course and should be deorbited as soon as possible to focus on a mission to Mars.
Not without a replacement.
For the last 20, and that's a quote, he said, as soon as possible. For the last 26 years, the strategic value of the International Space Station has been invaluable, serving as a beacon of the United States global leadership and a symbol of what we can accomplish through international cooperation. Funnily enough, although I don't think it's very funny at all, SpaceX has been awarded the contract to deorbit the International Space Station. Mr. Isaacman, do you believe there's still utility in maintaining a U.S. presence on the ISS at least through 2030 as currently planned?
Senator, as I mentioned in my prepared remarks, I think we need to use up every bit of life that's remaining on the International Space Station so we can crack the code on the space economy and better hand off those responsibilities to commercial industry. I am familiar with Mr. Musk's remarks in that. I do think he is a very accomplished entrepreneur. I would like to understand his rationale behind that, just as I think, Administrator Webb would want to hear from all of the commercial contract leaders from the 1960s during the space race.
But you don't think that we should deorbit the ISS now?
No.
I do not think we should deorbit it now. I think we need to make the most use of the space station while we have it and figure out what we can accomplish in the unique environment of microgravity and figure out the space economy for commercial LEO.
Thank you. The Artemis program is critical in our effort to return to the moon, and returning to the moon is seen as a stepping stone for broader human exploration and critical for scientific discovery, advancing technology, and as a necessary preparation for eventually progressing to human mission to Mars. I know a few of my colleagues already today have tried to get a specific answer out of you, but you have avoided directly answering them today. So I ask again, Mr. Isaacman, do you support maintaining NASA's long-term mission to maintain a human activity on the moon?
Senator, I'm sorry if I'm not sounding clear on this. I think it's imperative that we do both. I think that's what NASA was created to do. I would love nothing more than to see this crew get around the moon, for us to land on the moon, figure out its scientific, economic, national security value, while we were also charting a course in line with President Trump's vision for American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on Mars.
So you think we can do both simultaneously?
I mean, we do multiple flagship scientific missions at NASA. We maintain a presence in LEO where we're undertaking dozens of scientific experiments at once. I think we can, ma'am.
You think we can maintain a mission, a presence on the moon and a mission to Mars simultaneously?
I think we can do the moon and Mars and beyond.
Okay.
answer.
You know, whatever we can do to support the space program, I'm on board. I just have one final question I'm asking all the Trump nominees. If given an illegal or an unconstitutional order by President Trump or your superiors, would you oppose it?
I don't think President Trump would give an illegal order, but I would follow the law, ma'am.
And you would oppose if he were?
I don't believe the president would give me an illegal order, ma'am.
Okay, that's fine. But if given an illegal or unconstitutional order, will you oppose it?
I will always follow the law, ma'am.
So is that a yes? You will oppose the illegal order if given one by either the president or your superiors?
Senator, I will always follow the law.
I'm out of time, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Moreno.
I'll start with you, Mrs. Trustee. Thank you so much for taking the time in my office. We did not know each other before meeting with you. Your parents are beaming with pride, which I love to see, with good reason. You're somebody who has an incredibly great temperament, incredible intellect, and I can't think of somebody more qualified to do your job, honestly. The one question I have for you is there's a scourge of robocalls, creates enormous amounts of scammers.
Actually, it's funny. While they were talking about robocalls and stuff, I got a reminder from the Department of Motor Vehicles that my payment is due. I got it from a number that has a country code of 63. Yeah, I think we know the answer to this question. Yeah, country code of 63. Yeah, oh yeah, someone from another country is going to call me about the DMV. Fun fact, the DMV isn't called the DMV in Massachusetts. It's called the RMV. The Registry of Motor Vehicles, not the Department of Motor Vehicles in my state. So, yep. Okay. That's good. Yeah, no, yeah. We should probably stop doing that. That's really frigging annoying. I would like to talk to you about your automobile's warranty. Believe me, all the warranties on my cars expired a long time ago. they expired a long time ago, boy. You're in the Philippines, apparently. Yeah, apparently. I'll just go down to Manila and go get my license renewed or something. Not the Fusion. Fusion's warranty is done.
That NASA's mission is to undertake the near impossible, to solve the most demanding complex engineering challenges, to bring commercial industry can follow, and to bring the rest of the world along the way.
And that's something that I'm sure you have a passion, a deep passion to make sure that we are always the leaders. Is that correct?
100%, Senator.
And just for the record, could you give me a sense of the scale of difficulty it was for you as a kid, if I can say that, as a teenager, to create a company that would become as successful as yours? Give me the scale of difficulty and kind of give me the one example of like a deep challenge you faced making that happen that you thought maybe wasn't possible.
Senator, there was certainly a lot of ups and downs over the last 26 years. I'd say probably some of the earliest challenges, although, I mean, as a company that went through the dot-com, the Great Recession, the pandemic, we certainly had our fair share of obstacles along the way. Probably some of the hardest was the earliest days, Senator, where we tried to grow through our own cash flows, which is always a challenge. And I was 16 years old, so I had to make sure I hid myself from any trade shows or in-person meetings. Occasionally, someone would show up at the house for a meeting, and my father fortunately took that for me.
It's always hard to meet underachievers. So congratulations on that. How will you use that skill set at a complex organization like NASA?
Senator, NASA is an extraordinary agency, and they are the most accomplished, well-respected space agency in the world. I want to do whatever I can and work alongside the best and brightest to continue that. I do suspect there are some things that I've learned through running two successful businesses over the last more than 2 decades that I think I can help bring to the agency. I would love to roll up my sleeves, figure out what are the challenges we have from a program management perspective that are causing everything to take longer than it should and cost costs more than it should. I'd like to instill a very strong mission-first culture at the agency, that if we can execute on our mission and get to the moon, get to Mars, and all the other things, the inspiration, the STEM education will all take care of itself. A culture of ownership and accountability, that when we make mistakes, we own them, we fix them, and we get back to delivering on their important objectives.
Well, thank you for that. And I have one last question. Ms. Trustee, 100% unequivocal support from me. Hope to see my Democrat colleagues join us and see if we can get as many votes for you as humanly possible. But for Mr. Isaacman, I have one question. It does hinge, for me, the entirety of whether I can support your nomination or not. Who is the most important character in the movie Armageddon?
Clearly, Bruce Willis for the important self-sacrifice for all mankind, sir.
All right. Let the record show he did not say Dan Truman, which makes me wonder of his judgment, but I will still reserve my vote for you.
What the hell?
Thank you,
Did
Senator
that just happen on the congressional record?
When you were describing the motto for the benefit of all in the facility in Ohio, I thought you were going to reference the phrase "to serve man," the classic Twilight Zone episode that ends with "It's a cookbook! It's a cookbook!" Senator Markey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Trustee, congratulations on your nomination.
What just
As
happened?
you know, I authored the E-rate
It's a cookbook!
education program in the House of Representatives as part of the Telecommunications Act of 1996, because I believe then and I believe now that access to education shouldn't depend on your zip code. Thanks to the E-rate, thousands of schools in the United States now have high-speed internet access. That's millions of students who can research, learn, and grow with the tools they need to succeed in the 21st century economy.
No
way, Do you agree that the E-rate program has been a success?
Senator, thank you. Yes, I agree that E-rate has been...
That's Senator Ed Markey. I'd recognize that accent anywhere.
Since I created the E-rate program nearly 30 years ago,
30 years
today,
ago.
learning often extends outside the schoolhouse, putting many low-income and rural students who lack internet access at home at a serious disadvantage. Do you agree that having access to high-speed broadband at home is important for students and educators in our modern educational environment?
I mean, the obvious answer to that is yes. Just give everybody Starlink, dude. It'll be fine. No, wait, we can't do that. Never mind. I can't do that.
The funding source for E-rate is critical for schools and libraries to stay connected.
Yes, Senator, the Communications Act requires a specific, predictable, and sufficient funding source for universal service.
Thank you. Now, let's turn to a different issue.
I just want to hear Ed Markey talk. I don't really care what he has to say.
Taken a series of investors over their news programming. He pressured CBS to release a transcript of an interview with Vice President Harris that supposedly contained evidence of deceptive editing. When the transcript clearly refuted that allegation, Chairman Carr still opened a docket to accept public comments on it. He's taken similarly baseless steps against ABC and NBC, and he opened an investigation into the underwriting practices of public broadcast.
All right, I don't want to hear Ed Markey talk anymore. All right, I'm done. I'm done playing with this toy. Yeah, no, he's from my neck of the woods. Mr. Markey. Yeah, this is FCC stuff, so I can't, once again, I can't really comment one way or the other. I mean, I think I will say it's an important point as somebody that's self-taught that the internet has very much helped that. Everything that I know about rockets and spaceflight policy, guys, all the engineering, everything was, I didn't do that in school. I'm not an engineer by trade. But I know, I'd say it's a hobby of mine, which is why I don't engineer things. But, you know, video games, though. In video games, we can engineer the frick out of something. His questions are basically asking people about using the FCC as a weapon. I don't like it, but again, Rule 8 stuff. I mean, King, the easy answer there is that if we connect more people, then we won't have to worry about that. Decentralized connectivity is the answer to that question. But I mean, I don't know. That's just that's very much my opinion, and I do not know the subtleties of like FCC stuff. But I mean, that's the easy answer. But okay, hold on. What time?
To be interviewed by the President of the United States.
So you did not meet with Elon Musk at Mar-a-Lago?
I went to Mar-a-Lago to be interviewed by the President of the United States.
I didn't ask you that. Did you meet with Elon Musk at Mar-a-Lago?
I believe he was one of dozens of people that were around Mar-a-Lago at the time, Senator.
So did you meet with him?
I would not say we had a meeting. We probably had a conversation in passing, Senator.
Okay, during that same trip, then President-elect Trump offered you the NASA administrator job. Is that correct?
At the conclusion of the meeting, Senator, he did.
Thank you. Was Elon Musk in your meeting when Trump offered you the NASA position at Mar-a-Lago?
Senator, I was interviewed by the President of the United States.
Was Elon Musk in the meeting when he offered you the job?
Senator, my meeting was with the President of the United States.
So Elon Musk was not in the meeting. Is that what you're saying?
Senator, I was being interviewed and speaking with the President of the United States.
You can just say he was not in the meeting. Was he in the meeting or not in the meeting?
Senator, I'm trying to be as transparent as I can. I was being interviewed by the President of the United States.
It's not a difficult question. Was Elon Musk in the room when the President offered you the job?
Senator, my meeting was with the President of the United States.
I'm assuming that you don't want to answer the question directly because Elon Musk was in the room. I think that's the only conclusion anyone listening to this could reach. Unless you want to dispel us of that notion.
Senator, again, I was being interviewed by the President of the United States, and I'd also say I have no...
that's not... I appreciate that. I'm just trying to determine Elon Musk's role in this, and you're not willing to be fully transparent. Have you discussed your plans for NASA with Elon Musk?
I have not.
So those questions obviously raise serious questions. And I want to turn to one more specific question. From monitoring sea level rise to polar ice loss to wildfires, NASA's satellites are the backbone of climate research used by scientists, policymakers, and the public across the globe. NASA's Earth Observing System collects and archives more than 147 terabytes of data each day. This data underpins climate action efforts at every level of the government, and it drives global research collaborations, and it informs life-saving disaster response. It's a public good, yet the Trump administration is seeking to undermine that. A recent investigation found that large swaths of climate data sets, visualizations, and web tools, once publicly accessible, have been altered or taken down. This unprecedented rollback of public information compromises scientific continuity and transparency at a time of accelerating climate threats and extreme weather events. If confirmed, will you commit to fully restoring and maintaining access to data, as well as resisting any political pressure to sideline climate research at NASA?
Senator, I can tell you I am very passionate about the Earth Sciences Division inside of NASA, especially with respect to anything that has impact on human life and the financial repercussions for remediating things such as wildfires, landslides, flooding. Earth Sciences also plays a big role in near-Earth asteroid protection.
Will you make a commitment to restore all of that information so that it's available to the public? It's vital scientific information.
Senator, I have not been made aware of any information that's not being provided. I mean, I'm just not familiar with any of these changes, Senator.
I'm very disappointed in your question. All this information is vital to getting the information into the hands of scientists and ultimately ordinary citizens to protect.
Thank you, Senator Markey.
And I appreciate your indulgence, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Isaacman, in response to Senator Duckworth, you said multiple times you will follow the law. Under every circumstance, you will follow the law. I appreciate that commitment.
People from my state like rocking the boat, guys. Remember that. That's what we do. We get in the middle of things. Just thought I'd let you know.
And I'm glad to hear it, that under your leadership, America will beat China back to the moon. That's important.
China.
But the law is clear beyond simply going to the moon. That's
right,
part of it. That going to the moon shall be a stepping stone for further exploration of Mars. The ultimate objective is Mars, but going to the moon is critical. The law also specifies explicitly the administrator shall, and when legislation uses the word shall, it denotes a mandatory obligation. The administrator shall establish a program to develop the sustained human presence in cislunar space or on the moon. With respect to Senator Kim, you were reluctant to commit on a sustained human presence on the moon. Could you clarify your view on that to this committee?
Well, Senator, as a space enthusiast, I'd like nothing more, as I've said before, to see a number of lunar outposts and Mars outposts, and for us to even progress farther out into our solar system. If we are in an unlimited budgetary environment, we can maintain an ongoing presence on the lunar surface. I am more than supportive of it. I think it's imperative that we have to get back to the moon first, as quickly as we possibly can, figure out, again, the scientific, economic, national security value to being there, which I am very hopeful that we are going to find in order to support the ongoing presence on the lunar surface, sir.
So the statute is written in the disjunctive. It gives the choice of either the surface of the moon or cislunar orbit. What is your view on the Gateway project?
Senator, that's an area that if I'm confirmed, I would love to roll up my sleeves and get further understand what's working right, what are the opportunities the Gateway presents to us, and where are some of the challenges, because I think the Gateway is a component of many programs that are over budget and behind schedule, sir.
So you're describing Gateway as over budget and behind schedule. I will say there's a long history in NASA of administrations coming in and canceling programs and causing massive delays. Barack Obama did that with Constellation, and NASA struggled for years as a consequence. As administrator, are you going to cancel the Gateway program?
Senator, I have no intention as of now to say that I would cancel any program. I need to, if I'm confirmed, get in the job and understand where things are at. I want to assure you and this committee that I want to see America win and succeed and lead in space, whether that be the moon, Mars, low Earth orbit, and beyond. I do not want to see us come in second place, and I certainly don't want to see the right-hand side of that poster you put up, sir.
So I want to ask you again, because you've said you'll follow the law, are you committed to a sustained human presence in cislunar space or on the moon? And that is federal statute.
Senator, if that is the law, then I'm committed to it.
Okay. All right, let's talk LEO. The International Space Station is managed at a Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. NASA is planning to retire the ISS by 2030, replacing it with one or more commercially developed space stations funded partially by NASA and partially by outside customers. Unfortunately, both NASA and commercial replacements are behind schedule. Do you agree that we cannot have a gap period between the ISS and its successor when there would be zero human U.S. presence in low Earth orbit?
I do agree, Senator. We cannot cede low Earth orbit to the Chinese.
Now, I would note in the first Trump administration, there were those in the administration pushing to deorbit the International Space Station prematurely. Given that we've invested over $100 billion in the station, I think that would be profoundly foolish to give up on that investment as long as it is safe to continue using it. After the administration floated this idea multiple times, the United States Senate passed legislation that I authored, 100-0. Every Republican and every senator came through committing that we would maintain the International Space Station at least until 2030, as long as it is safe and scientifically feasible. Will you commit to follow the law and not deorbit the space station before 2030?
Senator, I will absolutely commit to follow the law, and I think we need to maximize the return that taxpayers have invested in that orbital laboratory, use every bit of time we have to crack the code on the space economy, and give commercial LEO destinations a fighting chance when they inevitably take over, sir.
Ms. Trusty, it's been 2 years since the FCC lost general auction authority and 3 years since the last meaningful auction of spectrum. The Spectrum Pipeline Act, which I introduced with Leader Thune and with Senator Blackburn last year, would restore the FCC's auction authority and would establish a clear pipeline of mid-band spectrum for commercial use. Ms. Trusty, should Congress restore the FCC's general auction authority with a clear pipeline of mid-band spectrum?
Yes, Senator, and to the
Yes, more people should have internet. That's the answer to that question. I think it is, at least. But yeah, I'm not sure why they're so ridiculously adamant about asking the ISS question over and over again, fellas. I mean, I get it. Like, I mean, okay, EJ's personal opinion time while she's answering, because, yeah, no, we should, I think Rook's right. We should maximize the ISS while it's there. I do think the flip side of that is I do think the ISS is old. It's going to get to a point where managing a 40-year-old space station in space is just not tenable. Like, get another one. Get another one. If you're serious about this whole low Earth orbit thing, we should be getting another space station, albeit a commercial or a government replacement, right now. We should be working on that now. But I mean, and I think, yeah, actually, I kind of answered my own question. You know, you don't want to get rid of the ISS too early without a replacement. There's been too many precedents set in the space program where we get rid of something, you know, prematurely, and, you know, oh, we'll have a replacement soon. What's the replacement? Oh, we haven't built it yet. And then we don't get a replacement. Apollo is a good example. The space shuttle was supposed to be the replacement for that to get us to go back to the moon for lower cost per launch. Yeah, we didn't get that.
The spectrum in question to the commercial sector, and there being...
Okay, still talking about that. We were making progress in rural electrifications and expanding broadband access for a while, but without program support, we backslid over year-over-year progress. Interesting. ISS support centers will be dissolved, and NASA's presence in the centers will be reduced. What do you think is going to use the NBL after the ISS is gone? Some part of that will be used for lunar trading, but they won't need a facility of that size. Well, my answer to that is that I think NASA should still have their own space station. I think Barron, and that keeps that doesn't kind of violate the sanctity of flight operations and astronaut training. NASA should have its own facility that is just for training. They should have a space station that is just designed for astronaut training up in space. That should be the tentative replacement for the ISS, and the commercial stations can farm out NASA's scientific research. You know, you're saying, oh, you know, if you don't have the ISS, you're not going to need the neutral buoyancy lab. Well, yeah, that's a good point. Why don't we just make a quote-unquote NBL space station? The best type of training is the training that, you know, you do up there. The NBL was there for the ISS, right? It was there for the ISS. If we're going to go further, right, the NBL would be, you know, you could stack that line, right? The NBL is for a low Earth orbit training station, and then a low Earth orbit training station can pave the way for, you know, training astronaut missions for the moon, like doing EVAs and stuff. An EVA in low Earth orbit is a great primer for surface activities. The Apollo program itself did that. They did EVAs in space before they went to the moon on Apollo 9. That's a really good idea. I think NASA should have an in-house replacement to keep those things in place, and it should be a Skylab style thing with SLS. But that's just my opinion.
I want to.
It's old, Pasquale, to be 100%. I've never been to JSC, Barron, ever. Sorry. I don't think commercial I don't think we should pawn off commercial entirely. NASA should operate a modernized lower budget space station, because the ISS has systems on it that were engineered in the 80s. It's old. And Pasquale, this is what I was speaking to. It's old. Time to replace it. Replace it with something better. Launch a dry workshop laboratory, just like Skylab with SLS. Low cost, easy. You're already building SLSs. Do it.
And so we don't want to lose that. But as the digital age continues to evolve and
That's
these
right, Andrew.
products and services continue to evolve, like YouTube now being a dominant content distributor.
What's up, YouTube chat?
Then the ability to negotiate directly with them is a big revenue opportunity, if you will. So how do you look at that issue? Do you think that this should be looked at by the FCC and help level the playing field
Agreed,
for local
silly.
journalism?
Senator, I do. So, to your point about localism, I think it's
Yeah, Baron, that would be my answer there. That's my opinion there. Don't completely remove NASA's anchor in low Earth orbit, right? Think of it like this is going to be a weird reference, but this is what popped into my head. Think about it like island hopping in the Pacific during World War II, right? During World War II, the U.S. and Japan clashed over islands that were maybe 10 square miles. Maybe. Why? In 1945, 6,300 Marines gave their lives to take Iwo Jima, something that's like smaller than I mean, I don't even know. It's Iwo Jima's maybe the size of a good football stadium, maybe. The rest of the world football, not our football. Soccer fields are a little bit bigger. It's not. It wasn't very big. Why did we do that? We did that so our bombers could reach Japan, right? Why can't NASA do that? Why can't NASA do that? Yeah, O'Hare Airport's probably bigger. It is. That's why can't NASA do this? Why can't, build a dry workshop laboratory, Skylab style, out of an EUS? You're already making EUSs. You're going to have leftover test articles and welding confidence articles. Do exactly what they did. Use those surplus things to make a space station, launch it with SLS, right? And then use it to test future commercial crew program endeavors and use it for astronaut training. Why wouldn't we do that? That's not going to take that much more effort to do, nor would it take that much more funding. Once again, those welding confidence articles are basically showing that you can make a stage and then you go and make the actual stage, right? This is what I mean when at the beginning I talked about capital allocation. This is exactly what I'm talking about. You have test articles. These test articles do nothing. After they're there, they just do nothing. Like a good thing, this is the commercial side of things, but Starliner had a fully operable service module sitting at White Sands that they just never used because it's an extra test article. In a program that's already hardware lean, you leverage what you have. You leverage the stuff that you have to make to develop the vehicle. Leveraging those test articles is super helpful. Like, okay, let me give you an example. During the later parts of the Apollo program, they launched Skylab. Now, Skylab was a converted Saturn V upper stage. It started as an S4B. They converted the upper stage into a space station. And then the next production stage off the line, they made Skylab 2, which is in the Smithsonian right now. And then they took a third S4B and they used that as the training article, and they sank it in a pool at Marshall. That test article is still at the U.S. Space and Rocket Center. It's outside, but it's there. It's an actual S4B that was converted for a Skylab training ground. You can do this with leftover hardware. And unfortunately, those 3 S4Bs were the S4Bs that were for Apollo 18, 19, and 20, but point still stands. I don't think that commercial low Earth orbit destinations will survive without subsidies in NASA's lifetime. Most CLD winners can't gather enough private funding. I mean, well, just that kind of mentality is kind of the reason why we're in the situation that we're in, dude. Well, I really don't think it's going to survive. Well, yeah, of course, if you don't have a modicum of optimism here, it's not.
Probably would have said the FCC is the undisputed scientific leader. You would go to your scientist and you would say, this is what they say about interference, right? But now the world's changed, and we have so much more on the technology front. And
Yeah,
now
she
we
said
have
moron.
agencies disputing each other, right? DOD and FAA, or various things. How do you think you can reassert the FCC's scientific leadership on this issue when so much of the conversation ends up having, downstairs in a secure briefing room?
Sure, I appreciate this question. I think this is probably the heart of the issue, that engineering.
Okay. I kind of like this dual thing because it gives me time to talk to you guys. There's, once again, if you don't know what this is, like, Ms. Trustee here is the executive nomination for the Federal Communications Commission. And this is kind of a double confirmation hearing between Rook and her. I'm not really interested in the FCC questions. That's not really my lane. So, it gives me time to talk to you. Who is she? Denny, I honestly have no freaking clue. I've never heard of her until this meeting. Sorry, I'm willing to say that I'm out of my league. Like, I don't know anything about what's going on with the FCC. I don't know who this person is. I'm willing to say it, being completely honest. Like, I'm not going to try to be like, oh yeah, she's this person, she's a good person. I have no idea. I can speak to Rook though. Sure, absolutely. Still FCC stuff?
Listening more to the private sector,
All right, Ninja Decimator.
Private
See you, buddy.
sector and
Back to work.
agencies could have more conversations about what the future looks like, and thereby, find some more common ground.
So I think this goes back to.
Okay. This is not an FCC fans chat? What? I didn't realize, my bad. How dare you? Anyway, do we know when they'll actually vote him in? Not 100% on that. There's definitely going to be naysayers. I think that Cantwell and Markey are the ones that are probably going to say no. There's definitely going to be naysayers, that's for sure. But on the whole, guys, I think Rook's doing very well. There were some answers where that was he gave some kind of weak-ish answers. I mean, they were good enough, but yeah, it's tough with some of the more intrusive questions that people are asking. But okay, Rook question.
I'm Senator. I wouldn't want to encroach on my nominee's clear command over the spectrum here. I would say, at least through the lens of NASA, I'm excited about what commercial industry is working on in terms of next generation technology. My most recent mission to space, we tested out sending an awful lot of data securely over a laser link, a beam of light. I think that's a great way, at least from NASA's perspective, to not add to the demand problem with respect to the spectrum.
Mm-hmm. Well, I do think this will be one of the big challenges we face is if we want this leadership position, how do we think ahead? How do we get this conversation with the private sector, who's really doing a lot of that thinking, but also get the DoD part of it and then get the dynamic spectrum part of it done correctly. Okay, well, thank you both very much. Mr. Isaacman and Ms. Trustee, I'm going to ask you a final question required of all nominees. If confirmed, do you pledge to work collaboratively with this committee to provide thorough and timely responses to the committee's request and appear before the committee when requested?
Yes, Senator.
I do, Senator.
Thank you. I have letters of support from various organizations for Mr. Isaacman and Ms. Trustee's nomination that I would ask unanimous consent to be inserted into the record. So without objection, so ordered. Senators will have until the close of business Friday, April 11th to submit questions for the record. These nominees will have until the close of business Tuesday, April 15th to respond to these questions. I thank Senator Cruz for allowing me to come back and ask these questions. That concludes our hearing today. The committee stands adjourned.
Okay. That didn't really go into the depth that I really wanted it to, but But on the whole, not bad. Why do you think he can't say that Elon was in the room? Well, Gavin, and once again, I will give this as apolitically as I possibly can. Elon has been involved with the executive branch of the United States a lot lately, with the Department of Government Efficiency and stuff. And because Elon works at SpaceX, he's the CEO of SpaceX, if math serves me left. Either way, he's basically an executive at SpaceX, right? Because of that, if Elon was in the room when the president asked him to be NASA administrator, it could be seen as a conflict of interest. That's why Ed Markey asked the questions that he did. It could be undue influence from SpaceX trying to influence NASA's course at the behest of other programs, or other spaceflight programs or other spaceflight entities. Because, like, let's be real, if Elon had his way, everything would launch on a Falcon 9. But Elon's rationale behind that is Falcon 9 is cheaper. Now, that's all fine and dandy for launch services. I will say that's correct. Falcon 9 is a very, very, very potent tool for leveraging scientific research because of its low cost. But here's the thing. In spaceflight, low cost doesn't necessarily mean better. Like, that is a very important thing to understand. So Falcon 9 is inexpensive. It's great from a launch services perspective. The reason why NASA loves launching scientific payloads on Falcon 9 is so NASA can spend more money on a more expensive probe for Falcon 9 to launch, right? Lower cost for launch services is exactly 100% correct, right? And we know that if you launch it more, the price is going to go down. And if you have a reusable system, the more you launch it, the more you're going to get your return on investment on developing a reusable spacecraft, which is tenfold harder to do, right? That's correct. But that doesn't necessarily mean all of NASA has to be like that. That's why they're asking those questions. I always tell people SLS carries a heavy price tag, a seemingly heavy price tag. I still don't think SLS is too expensive. I know people are going to look at me crazy. I get it. I can explain if you want. I mean, it is a little bit on the expensive side, but the reason why is because we're paying so much money to develop this vehicle, this really insanely complicated vehicle, because anything that's going to go out of low Earth orbit on a single launch basis is going to be a very inherently difficult vehicle to engineer. Starship, look at how complicated that thing is. But it's worth it, right? Because if you're going outside of low Earth orbit, the difficulty, it's going to be difficult anyway, right? The reason why SLS carries a heavy price tag is because we don't launch it enough. It's going to be difficult to engineer anything that goes out that far, all right? If you're not building in at least a semi-hardware rich program that launches on a, somewhat expedient schedule, then it is a waste of money. But once again, the purpose of SLS is not necessarily as a logistical carrying thing, because it's offering a service, as Rook said, it's offering a service that still technically is not commercially viable. I know what people are going to say. Oh, EJ, Starship. I don't think Starship is commercially viable yet. Big yet. Okay? Right? SLS is still the quickest avenue to get to the moon, right? People can hate that answer, but it's true. Keep in mind, also keep in mind, SLS is not there to be a low-cost logistical carrier. It's there to push the forefront of scientific exploration, because I would argue that if SLS was redundant and truly not needed, that there would be a commercial city. There would be a city on the moon right now. But clearly it's still not economically viable to build a rocket that can get beyond low Earth orbit. It doesn't make any sense, except for small payloads. But that's only because rockets are optimized around moving heavy payloads to low Earth orbit, so they can move small payloads to beyond low Earth orbit, because Yeah, you're carrying a lighter payload. You can use more of that fuel to accelerate the payload faster, right? So what does this have to do with that line of questioning in the first place? That line of questioning is, Elon's going to think that low cost is the answer. That's not necessarily the answer with NASA. So Elon being in the room when the president asked Isaacman about being administrator, it could be they could use that as a potential conflict of interest to prove that Jared Isaacman is partial to certain NASA services and not others. That's why I think Ed Markey's going to be a no. Now, it's hard to say, guys. Like, Elon was, it wasn't on record there, but I'm pretty sure he was there. Right? But also at the same time, I don't necessarily think that Elon is the worst person to have in the room when when a president is asking somebody if they want to be a NASA administrator, if they're the right person for the job. It's not, you guys can hate him. I know some people hate him. That's fair. I'm not saying you're wrong. But it's undeniable that that guy knows something about spaceflight. Not the worst person to have at your side. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean it's not a conflict of interest or not. It's hard to say. We don't know what happened in that room. We weren't there. So, Gavin, sorry for the long-winded response. That I'm trying to be as straightforward and contextual as possible because that is very important right now. I'm not trying to stir crap. You can hate what I said. You can like what I said. That's fair. Totally cool. He cheats in WoW. Maybe, dude. Have you seen a better candidate than Jared? I personally think Jared is the right guy for the job. That's not a bad idea. Politicians are clearly worried about him, just focusing because the president said we want to go to Mars, right? I think the politicians are very worried about him just shifting all the focus to Mars and getting rid of the existing lunar programs. That's why they asked them the questions that they asked. I don't think, and once again, this goes to what I'm talking about. They're asking him questions like, are you going to abandon the Artemis program to go to Mars? And Rook's answers are not, it's not no. It's not no. It's, we got to get back to the moon first. We got to get there to show, assert T-pose to assert dominance on the moon geopolitically, right? Like, is T-posing to assert dominance still a thing? I don't think it is. But anyway, whatever. Either way, I'm showing my age. I'm old. What do you want? I got gray hairs in my beard. I don't know what to tell you. I think what Rook wants to do, and this is very much my personal opinion again. I think what he wants to do is retool Artemis and potentially, Starship to focus on Martian architecture, right? But use that Martian architecture to test on the moon, which is basically what the current plan is. But the problem with the current plan is that you're not going to learn anything by sitting here and dreaming about going to do that, to train on the moon, to go to Mars. You're not going to sit here and dream about that. That doesn't get you anywhere if you don't actually go. We got to go, because we don't necessarily know what the moon entails. We've actually just scratched the surface of the moon. That is it. Apollo 17, Jack Schmitt and Gene Cernan dug a hole about 30 centimeters deep, and that is as far as we've gotten. We've figuratively and actually just scratched the surface of the moon, and that's it. I think saying going there to learn the geopolitical importance of the moon is a very, very astute thing to say. That's right. However, it still leaves a lot open for, long-term lunar base commitment. Did we get any concrete information about... any concrete information we got out of the conference? I don't know. Watch it, dude. I'm trying to kind of... string this together as best as I can. Apparently, Kodiak is a high-altitude launch site. Yeah, Element, don't we all? Yeah, you saw it too. Yeah, good stuff. The big thing for me is that we have a rocket that can get astronauts to the moon. We need a lander. We've literally seen nothing for the landers. I think NASA needs an in-house lander goalie, and that is a very unpopular opinion amongst some, especially people that are fans of commercial landing operations. I'm not necessarily sure that a commercial lander was the right move for the Artemis program. It was a move that Jim did, and we hailed it as a good move at the time, but I'm not generally sure that that's a good idea. The reason why is because NASA basically, so NASA can't afford a lander. They couldn't afford a lander. They got the Human Landing System program on the books, HLS, in the late 2010s, right? And then, you know, they asked for like $1 billion of funding to get the program off the ground. Figuratively, getting the program off the ground actually comes later. And Congress gave them like $200 million. So, NASA wanting to get a lunar lander on the books so they could basically have a viable pathway, a somewhat viable pathway to the moon, picked the lowest bidder. The lowest bidder was SpaceX. NASA also made amendments to the Human Landing System criteria in 2019, I think it was, to allow companies to contribute and match NASA's funding. That's why SpaceX bid low for HLS, for Starship HLS, because, well, Elon has deep pockets. That's the short story. They went with the lowest bidder. The lowest bidder, which has a lander that's the biggest thing anybody has ever sent out of low Earth orbit by a long shot, if it works, right? And don't get me wrong, I'm a huge Starship fanboy, guys. Don't even start. I want Starship to succeed. Screw me, right? It's awesome. I saw Flight 7 and Flight 8 with my own eyes. That booster catch is awesome. It's super cool. And Starship, I think, could potentially do all the things that the space shuttle was trying to do, and frankly, could do it better. If they get there, if being the operative word. Now, NASA is calling for a lander. NASA's requirements called for a lander that basically lands 2 people on the moon and allows them to stay there for 3 days. A Starship is not that. A Starship is a hotel on the moon. And now you're saddled with this lander that is an amazing piece of equipment, but building, once again, getting something that big out there is not an easy task to do. If anybody's up to the task, it's SpaceX. Yeah, obviously. Right? They have the industrial chops to get that done, no doubt, right? But it's still a really, really difficult task, a really difficult lander to make. That's why Congress fielded a second SLD program, a Sustainable Lunar Development Program that got basically the semblance of Blue Origin's national team and a Blue Origin lander on the books. Personally, I'm not hating on Blue. I like Blue. New Glenn's amazing. I'm trying to just give you like an architectural spaceflight architectural context here. I'm not sure that fielding a second commercial lander was the wisest decision. With the money that we could have used, hey CosmoQuest, thanks for the raid. With the money that we could have used on SLD, NASA could have built their own in-house lander. And I think it's important for NASA to have their own capabilities. I don't think that NASA being dependent on a commercial contractor to put boots on the ground on the moon for a commercial contractor operations. That's a very important thing to understand context here. The difference between what we did during Apollo and what we're doing now with commercial stuff is the operator who's operating the spacecraft. Before, contractors built the spacecraft, NASA operated it. Now, contractors build the spacecraft and operated it, and NASA purchases it as a service. Not necessarily a bad idea, but once again, it's entirely dependent on context because rocket science is not some easy thing to understand. Context in engineering matters very much. I don't think fielding 2 commercial landers is the wisest decision. I think that commercial operations procurement should be done for technology that NASA has already leveraged, if that makes any sense. these HLS and SLD are they are high risk, high reward stuff. Because, once again, NASA has saddled themselves to 2 landers that have extraordinarily complicated architecture that is better for long-term spaceflight operations, but NASA has also been instructed to beat China to get back to the moon. So you're kind of... You have this insanely complicated lander that would be good. That's a really good lander for 10 years down the road. But also, you haven't landed on the moon in 50 years, and there's another country that wants to claim the moon as their own. Whether that's true or not, I don't know, but that's the conundrum. Understand? Besides NASA, does Blue have any market for a lunar lander? Negative, Sea Kraken, which is why, and once again, this isn't harping on Blue. I thought the commercial lander was a good idea at the time because, you know, a commercial lander was better than nothing. What I realized is that a commercial lander circumvents the actual problems that NASA is facing. You know, what NASA actually needs to do is, you know, build their own lander. And unfortunately, that's expensive with how NASA does procurement and cost allocation now. It doesn't need to be that expensive, but it is. So instead of actually addressing that problem, we just say, oh, commercial is the answer. Commercial is the answer because it's cheaper. Once again, it goes back to that conflict of interest thing that I was telling you guys about. Cheaper isn't always better in the space program, dudes. It's not. That's saving money is not always the end goal for NASA. That's if you're going to push the forefront of human exploration, doing it inexpensively is not a good way to conduct yourself. Which I think is the inherent problem that NASA has faced basically since the Constellation program got canceled. I really, really wished they had gone more into that and talked about that kind of stuff because that's super important. But yeah, that's what I mean when I said, like, there wasn't as much depth in this confirmation meeting as I really had hoped. How'd it go? Ravshan, it went okay. It went all right. There were points where Rook was pressed on certain questions and he didn't budge, which is great, but also, you know, he definitely danced around a couple of questions, which, whatever, that's fine. I mean, guys, another thing to understand, just on a side note, is that if you're running the show, if you're a leader in something, you're never going to make everybody happy. You can try, but if you try to make everybody happy, you're going to jeopardize the overall needs of what your business is, right? It's a hard thing to do. It's a hard thing to balance, and that's why leadership is a very sought-after skill. You can't, oftentimes the goal of a company is at the behest of its employees, right? It's tough to make those decisions, you know, especially if you're not a soul-sucking CEO and have, you know, actual empathy for people, right? Like, you know exactly what I mean, right? So Rook telling the truth and being truthful about these questions might not be the answers that people want to hear, but it's the truth, and that's what's important. You know, part of being a leader is knowing when to say stuff that you know is going to piss somebody off, but it's the truth and it needs to be said. The confirmation vote is going to be in 2 weeks. Congress has to go on a 2-week vacation for Easter. Because of course they do. Had appointments this morning, so I missed everything. Have to check the VOD later. Hope it basically went as smooth as possible. There was some bumps in the road, Fluffy, but it's okay. Hey, they work hard. They work hard at working not hard. Also, did Ted Cruz reference the Twilight Zone on the congressional record? Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did, but I mean, all right, just not saying that's good or bad. It's just a tidbit of information that I thought relevant. Do you think him being relatively young is working against him? I'd like to see a guy still capable of doing stuff in there. No, silly. I think that's one of his strengths. The guy very much understands what NASA needs, but what NASA needs might not be what politicians want to hear. Since NASA administrators are pretty quick vote, it may be done this week. Maybe. On what do you think? Why did Rook seem hesitant to give a clear answer whether we would execute an unconstitutional order or not? First of all, it's just there to get it on the record, guys. One thing you got to learn about politicians, and once again, this is about as far as into this as I'll get, as I'm comfortable getting. Politicians and journalists, for what it's worth, ask stupid questions to get them on the record. Right? You get it on the record. Rook is not going to break the law to get stuff done at NASA, which, believe it or not, has precedent. Doug Lavero was in charge of human exploration operations 2017 and 2018, and he broke the law with contract procurement to try and get a lunar lander on the books quicker, and he didn't adhere to NASA's contracting contract impartiality laws, because so basically what he tried to do is he tried to give Boeing the specifications for HLS before the HLS contract went public. And the attempt there was to try to get a lander on the books faster. But also, you can't go and tell a company your requirements for a contract that you haven't put a solicitation out for, or else it could be impartial. You could be seen as impartial. And guess what? Not seen. He was seen as impartial, and they found out about that, and he got fired really fast. So, once again, asking these questions on the record is good. The reason why they do that is, well, if you do something like that, like a conflict of interest or an impartial, like potential impartiality or potential partiality, when you're supposed to be impartial, you can reference this confirmation hearing, which you said on the record that you wouldn't do stuff like that. And you could be held for perjury for that, and you could get fired and go to jail. You don't lie on the congressional record. They'll find out. Or they won't. I don't know. Depends on how much somebody wants something. That's why they ask those seemingly weird questions. They're not seemingly weird. There is an end goal there. It's basically in an ideal scenario, it's there to enforce accountability. It's checks and balances in our system. Well, you said you would do this and you didn't. That's why Rook didn't commit to supporting one particular program or another, because he doesn't know. He doesn't know what that program is. Why would you commit to supporting something you don't know? That's careful. Careful, right? You got to navigate the waters here, so to speak, so you don't hit a landmine. Run remark. Jared took good care to name the different reasons people have to support space. Economy, science, inspiration, competition, long-term human exploration. At least rhetorically, is going beyond that than just maintaining programs. I agree, Floating. There were several things that Rook said that I really, really appreciated. They're dude, he mentioned nuclear rockets. That's super cool. Another interesting thing that he mentioned in his opening remarks was getting NASA potentially revenue positive. So they don't have to depend on political funding to do this kind of stuff. I'm not 100% sure what that means. Yeah, I don't... To be fair, I would love to see that, because that means NASA isn't beholden to Congress to fund these goals, right? But what does that mean? Does that mean investors? Are people going to invest in NASA? We going to have private cash infusions into NASA here? Like, what does this mean? Private capital infusions, like, is NASA going to do Series A funding for Artemis? I'm not sure that that's the wisest thing to want, but then again, potentially revenue positive means a lot of things. It could mean a bunch of different things. Spin-off technology is where I would say that technology gets, limo up, advancing breakthrough technologies to TRL level 5, technology readiness level 5, and then selling the patent on the commercial market is, that's a good idea. NASA should do that. That's what NASA should have been doing 60 years ago. That is one of their founding goals, to develop technology that doesn't make sense and then transfer it over to commercial technology so they can leverage that technology. But NASA does the bulk of the research and development with taxpayer funds. The idea is that we get more services and we develop markets that otherwise wouldn't be there. That's the whole point of NASA. That, believe it or not, guys, like I don't know if you guys know that. That's why NASA exists. And Rook made it a very important thing to say that. He said, NASA should be used to leverage tech that is not viable for commercial endeavors to pursue, which is correct. That's right. That's exactly right. NASA should be doing that. Did he mention other aspects NASA takes on, i.e. the terrestrial air science and such? He mentioned hypersonics, dude, but there wasn't much substance there. NASA revenue positive would be great. But you don't want to do that at the behest of, basically raiding NASA for their for our national space program's intellectual property and pawning it off to commercial. That's what we've been doing for the last 15 years. And while that has been a tremendous benefit for commercial, it has not been a benefit for NASA. That paper that they reference from Norman Augustine from the National Science Foundation talks specifically about this. The idea is that if we just take all of NASA's good ideas, and we just pawn it off to commercial, like commercial space stations, like, commercial lunar landers, technology that's frankly not ready to enter the commercial market because there is no commercial market for said technology, right? You are looking at an intellectual property and scientific technical base drain on NASA, which will eventually turn NASA into a regulatory body, which is not ideal. Because if you turn NASA into a regulatory body, you're basically throwing the whims of your national space program to the whims of the commercial market. That's an extraordinarily bad idea. Yeah, that's not great. I agree with that that National Science Foundation paper. That's really, really smart. NASA needs to be blazing the way. They need to be blazing the trail, and commercial can follow in the wake. Rook also very much talked about that as well, which that's very much true. SpaceX works for NASA and not vice versa. If we want to see the commercial market keep expanding at the rate that, SpaceX came along at, potentially, NASA needs to keep blazing the way. So, start with SLS, establishing a moon base, like use SLS and use an in-house NASA lander to land a moon base on the surface, and then use commercial for your resupply services, which, once again, better idea. That's so ridiculously important to have the commercial market following in the wake, not necessarily because the commercial market needs to play second fiddle to NASA. I don't want SpaceX going slower because NASA can't keep up. No. That's just, we've seen a public-private partnership like that be the most sustainable way forward, and the ISS is a pretty dang good reference for that. Do you support Jared Isaacman as the choice? Sorry, I haven't been here. Yes. I think Rook is... There were some things that I was like, about, but... and if I keep looking down, guys, I took notes. That's why I took a lot of notes. Yeah, everything he said, I pretty much like. Yeah, I was kind of worried that one thing that I don't necessarily agree with, and once again, I'm me. I don't know, man. It's very possible that Rook knows more about this than me. The guy that flies fighter planes around for fun. Knows more about aerospace than some dumb Twitch streamer. Like, I very, very much concede that. I'm not sure I appreciate no long-term commitment for Artemis. He said that Artemis is good as a stopgap. And that's, to be fair, that's 100% right. But what happens after? Now, I also think that same thing for what it's worth. But there were no offerings of time frame here. Personally, I think that SLS is a fine vehicle for right now. It's fine. If people say it's too expensive, I've always said compared to what? Compared to what? With the other moon rocket that we have? Starship? Starship could be potentially less expensive later to get people to the moon, but until it proves that, and don't get me wrong, that point will happen. We will get to a convergence point like that eventually. You think SpaceX is going to stop the industrial steamroller that they have going on here? That's not happening. Eventually, we will get to that point. What's the time frame for that? Me, I would say 10 years. So in those 10 years, let's get SLS flying and let's get it to set up our lunar base and then resupply it with Starship. And then guess what? Use SLS to send deep space probes out, or use SLS to send bigger hardware to Mars. Use it for other things. Don't use it for lunar logistics services. In the interim time, though, it's probably a good idea. Once again, the thing that I didn't like was no commitment on time frame there for how long that interim timetable is. I think 10 years is more than enough for SpaceX to get Starship fully dialed in. And then have a little bit of an overlapping period, which I think is the most sustainable way forward. I also think SLS should launch a newer version of Skylab Pi to serve as a low Earth orbit astronaut training center. Think an NBL, but not underwater in space, to train people for surface activities. Apollo did the same thing. That keeps everything at Johnson Space Center working for you. Now, once again, and this is really what I had hoped Rook would get more into, and I didn't really like the answer, to be honest, that he gave. So Senator Cantwell, I think the ranking member, asked him about commitment to certain NASA facilities, and he said, well, I need to see, which is fair. That's a fair answer. But I said this at the beginning of the stream, and I think this is pertinent to subject matter here. All the big design centers that NASA has, Kennedy, Johnson, Stennis, Michoud, Marshall, Ames, Glenn, Armstrong, all of these facilities were there to support the Artemis program, or the Apollo program in some way, shape, or form. In fact, most of those facilities were built during the Apollo program for the Apollo program. We are already set up and teched out to build a gigantic national space program. We have the test stands. We have the launch. Well, NASA gave one of the launch pads away at Kennedy to SpaceX. Great. That's fine. We have the launch pad, we have the factory, we have everything that we need to do another Apollo-style program. In fact, one of the reasons why Apollo costs so much is because buildings like the VAB needed to be made. Kennedy Space Center was a bunch of freaking orange groves, but when the Apollo program started. Not a lot of people know that. It costs money to build something like the VAB, even in 1960s dollars. Right? We already have all the NASA centers there. Like, you know, if it was me, if a senator was going to ask me, are you going to close design centers? Hell no. Why would I do that? I want to leverage these design centers and use their best, so each design center is good at a certain thing. Kennedy is good at launching rockets. Kennedy Space Center. Johnson Space Center is where NASA's flight operations are. Good for astronaut training. Stennis is the test site where you test things, right? Michoud is where you manufacture this big stuff, right? Ames is where you do aerodynamic research. Glenn is where you do vacuum research, right? We basically have an assembly line set up to launch something like SLS a lot. All the facilities are there. Why would I want to get rid of them? Like, you would leverage those centers to get SLS running on a regular schedule. I wouldn't want to cancel them. And he basically said, "Oh, I'm not sure." Which, let me actually see what he said. Yeah, he didn't really give an answer about closing NASA centers, and he can't commit to keeping all facilities open. But he is committed to SLS. Like, that's the part where I was like, that's kind of weak, dude. I would want to utilize every center that we have. Because, and this is what I do like about Rook. This is where he what he said was very important. Like, guys, the money is there. We have the money. We have the facilities. If we have all these facilities and all this money that's going to NASA, $23 billion, and we can't support more than one launch a year, that's more money has gone into SLS than went into the damn space shuttle program at this point. And somehow we were able to do less with more money. I don't think money is the problem. I don't think the facilities are the problem. We have all the facilities, we have the tools, and we definitely have the talent. We have the tools, we have the talent. This is what I like, Rook. This is one of the things I really appreciate that he brought up. We have all these facilities and we don't launch. Why don't we launch? I think that's a good question to ask. But here's the thing. That's the elephant in the room. Nobody wants to answer that question. The reason why no one wants to answer that question stems from, and this was also talked about during this meeting, it stems from Constellation getting canceled. Because the president just up and decided 15 years ago that we shouldn't go to the moon anymore. We don't need to do that. And then he said, okay, what should we do now? And he said, I don't know. Let commercial figure it out. Which was an extraordinarily bad precedent to set for how NASA should be run. And because it was basically, I don't know. Well, then Congress decided what the space program was instead. And Congress that's not their job, so they just said, okay, we'll build the rocket and then we'll figure out what we're going to do later. Because we're not canceling our national space program. That's dumb. And you know what, guys? People say, oh, SLS is there because of Congress. Yeah, and I'm kind of happy that it is. Because we almost had nothing. We almost had nothing. Like nothing. I mean, you can hate that, you can love that, but it's the truth. Anyway, fellas, once again, I'm trying to provide some context here, and I'm trying to not be a jerk about this. But I don't know if you guys knew, I kind of care very strongly about spaceflight. It's Milla time, yeah, right. Personal opinion: NASA is too decentralized with all these centers being spread out this much, and they're only like that because of politics. Because of programmatic political decisions, Black Eagle. There was a time 50 years ago where all these facilities worked together, and the last time they all worked together, we achieved the single greatest scientific accomplishment of the 20th century, save for maybe the atomic bomb. So I'm going to go Bob Slidell and Bob Horton here. So why not just have all these facilities do what they were doing 50 years ago now? Why can't the engineers just take the specs and give them to the software people? I was about AFK for an hour. How did the rest of the hearing go? There wasn't much of substance, to be honest. Some good stuff. Brooke said some good stuff. A lot of stuff I agree with. A lot of the point is that the end goals that he was saying are right. That's correct. His big thing is, focus on Mars, but leverage the Martian architecture you develop to go to the moon and go to the moon sustainably, which I agree. I think that's a great idea. That should have been the end goal from the start, right? If you're developing architecture that's going to be able to get you to Mars, you can absolutely use the exact same architecture to develop a moon base. Going to Mars is a lot more difficult. The systems that are involved with doing that, it's a way more complicated programmatic like system engineering task to do. It's a more complicated space program. If you tool around going to Mars, you can go to the moon. Easy peasy. All of the requirements that you're going to need to go to Mars sustainably and back can A, be tested on the moon, and B, can be used to go to the moon. The only one that would not be pertinent cross celestial bodies is a thermal protection system. So, like, you don't need tiles for landing on the moon. Bit of a topic, James, but I missed the last couple hours of last night's KSP build, wondering how far along the Starliner model is. You can find out when we play Kerbal, Jim. Yeah. I'm trying to stay focused on topic. Any other questions you guys had? Yeah, I got a good bit in. We still got to mess with some mass balancing and stuff, but yeah, I'll talk more about that in detail when we get there. What is a hypotenuse? Yep. Thanks for facilitating a fun conversation. I'm trying. I'm trying to do this here, and I'm trying not to piss anybody off. Like, I'm trying to be as, answering both sides as best as I possibly can. And I mean, guys, I'll admit it's very hard to hide my biases for spaceflight, but we wouldn't be covering this if I wasn't biased towards spaceflight. You know what I mean? Any other pertinent questions? Yeah, I got you, Dons. It's, yeah, minefields, dude. Are you streaming the Kuiper launch? Of course. Okay, let me put it like this. Why could you not build one big center for it all? Why can't aero research not be located near production and testing? Because if you put all the facilities in one district, no one's going to vote for funding for that one district, Black. No one's going to vote for funding for another senator's pet project. That inadvertently pits NASA design centers against each other. You're pitting your stakeholders, the people that carry the purse strings, congressmen and women, against each other if you decide to operate your entire space program out of one facility. NASA is spread across the entire United States because that was the only way that we could support the funding to go to the moon. That's why Plumbrook, NASA Glenn, the biggest vacuum testing chamber in the entire world, that's arguably used for end-to-end vacuum testing for spacecraft, is literally in the middle of a cornfield in Ohio. That's the truth. Michoud is built on a swamp. Stennis was built on reclaimed freaking land and canals that were dredged into the same swamp. Kennedy was also built on a swamp. Hey, it's only a few minutes from Cedar Point. That's okay. That's good. But that is what keeps the economic wheels greased for NASA. They have a very wide amount of stakeholders that control the purse strings. And that is simultaneously NASA's greatest strength and greatest weakness. It's the greatest strength because, you could, if you know what you're doing, you can leverage an insane amount of money towards a space program if you know what you're doing. And once again, that's what I like. I would argue that NASA has basically lost their way in this regard, basically since the end of the space shuttle program. After you cancel Constellation, you got rid of the space shuttle program. There was no unifying program that all the facilities got behind. And I'll take NASA Armstrong, for instance. NASA Armstrong is the Dryden Flight Test Center at Edwards Air Force Base. This is where NASA does aerodynamic research and development. That was very useful during the shuttle program, where you had a vehicle that flew through the air and landed on a runway. Armstrong also served as NASA's West Coast landing site for the space shuttle if you were on a mission where orbital inclination and phasing and mission duration didn't take you back to Kennedy Space Center, right? That facilitated a ton of useful aerodynamic research coming out of NASA Armstrong. After the shuttle program ended, why would a congressman from Southern California support a project that a space project that has just uses Kennedy Space Center? i.e., why would somebody from California support Artemis unless they had a piece of it? Arguably, NASA Armstrong there's no need for any aerodynamic research because Armstrong specializes in wing vehicles. That's really what that facility is for. Same with NASA Ames. NASA Ames in San Francisco, or in the Bay, I should say. It's not in San Francisco. Specializes in wind tunnel testing and aerodynamic research. What do those facilities? How are those facilities useful in a program that has nothing that flies? Do you see what I'm talking about? That's why I say we need to leverage all facilities, because all facilities were there, and a lot of these NASA design centers got built out because of the Apollo program. I know there's a lot more subtlety to this than what I'm about to say, but this is a candid response. Okay, if all these facilities were built for supporting a big space program like Apollo, why don't we do a big space program like Apollo? I know the dissenting opinions regarding this, but also at the same time, NASA's launched 2 things. One on a commercial rocket in the last 15 frigging years. Give me a break. Okay. It's not about politics, it's about spaceflight. I really appreciate what you're doing. Yeah, Blue, I got you. Hey, AJ, what's your take on China's crewed moon lander? Original Min, here's the thing. I'm not particularly a fan of China's spaceflight program. I think some of the safety margins that they use are detrimental to exploration of space. And I don't particularly like rockets that launch up and come down and hurt people. I don't think those are called carrier rockets. Those are called missiles. I'm not particularly a fan of those when it comes to space exploration. So I do have some ethical qualms with their space program. But also, there's having ethical qualms with their space program and not liking it, and then there's denying reality. To sit here and pretend like China isn't a player in spaceflight because you don't like what they're doing is objectively denying reality. So what do I think of the lander? I wish them all the best. I hope it works. Great. What, do I want them to slow down to wait for us to catch up? No, that's gross. Why would they do that? They wouldn't do that. That's dumb. What are we going to do? Hey, slow down. We're space racing you, but you're too far ahead. No. No. I wish them all the best, and I hope they succeed. How about that? I hope we do it first, but I hope they succeed. Like, not particularly a fan of the space program, but, like, look, if NASA doesn't blaze their trail, and once again, I'm not trying to get super political here. If NASA doesn't blaze the trail, somebody else is going to do it. That's the truth. That's not a political statement. If we don't want to do it, if we don't want to have the mantle of having the, as Rook put it, the high ground in space, someone else will. If you want to cede that, if you want to cede that territory, all right. At least someone's doing it. Humans are inherently explorers. That's agnostic of nation. Chinese are over there. They want to go explore the stars. It could be for nationalistic reasons. The Apollo program was. If we want to reduce this to its brass tacks, someone's going to do it if we don't. And, honestly, I wish them all the best. I don't think it's a space race if somebody slows down to let somebody else catch up. That's dumb. That's bad for humanity. That's bad for everybody. They're putting grid fins on their stages to stop them from hitting people now. Great. I think NASA should be able to sell merch, Dons. The Army does that. The Marine Corps makes good money off doing that same thing. I don't see why NASA wouldn't be able to sell their own merchandise and make money off of that. You know how many people, if you go to KSCVC, buy, if there was a sign that says, if you buy this $20 Artemis shirt, that goes directly into the Artemis program. Like, you know how many people would do that? They'd sell them like hotcakes. Everybody would buy one of those. Are you worried what it means for you if they enforce copyright? King, they won't. I have, my lifted logo is used with explicit permission, so no, I'm not particularly concerned. It's not every day that NASA actual comes in here and says, keep doing what you're doing, but I'll take that as the closest thing that you're going to get as an endorsement from a government entity. Is it in writing? So, once again, it was said in Twitch chat, so, I mean, is that, yeah, definitely a thing, definitely happened. Are hotcakes even sold in this day and age? I don't know, but we should have more hotcakes, J-Speed. Let's make hotcakes amazing again. Retail stores have NASA branded shirts before, so they did license those at some point. No, they're not licensed. At least I don't think. I mean, some NASA shirts that I have don't have a, logo used with permission thing on the tag or whatever, Is there a clip of NASA in chat somewhere? I have screenshots of it, dude. That, and I've talked in back channels, guys, verbally. But NASA, guys, the reality of the situation is that NASA can't endorse a private for-profit entity unless it's on a contractual basis. If we really want to get into technical, you really want to play the law game with me. You don't want to play the law game with me. But they cannot endorse an entity that they do not have a contract with. I have a question. What happened to Mars sample return? Mars sample return was canceled. And what replaced it was a committee on seeing what the best way to potentially do Mars sample return was, because the way we had planned on doing Mars sample return was bad because we spent too much time planning about how Mars sample return should be done. Yeah, that's the short answer. What is the name of the NSF paper the National Science Foundation paper you reference on NASA becoming a regulatory agency? It was authored by a guy named Norman Augustine Ines. I forget the title of the paper. I showed it and I shared it and I read the paper on stream. I think it's National. Oh, it might have been National Academy of Sciences, not National Science Foundation. They talked about it, actually. It was referenced in that confirmation meeting, believe it or not. They thought about how they were going to do it for too long, so they canceled it to develop a committee to think about how to do it the best. That is the actual truth. That's what happened. That's what happens when you have in Black Eagle. This is exactly what I'm talking about. The Mars sample return mission was its own thing. What's the point? Okay, so remember, NASA's purpose on paper, their founding charter, is to leverage technology that is not viable for commercial. What is the commercial benefit of bringing back samples from Mars? There is none. There's a scientific benefit there. But there's no commercial need for it. Now, once again, I know people are going to have problems with what I just said, and that's fair. We do it to gain scientific understanding. That is your equity in this regard. That's your profit. And that could lead to leveraging other commercial technologies down the road. I agree. That's very much what we shouldn't be doing it because we can't do it, it's too expensive. That's the dumbest excuse I've ever heard. Everything that we do in spaceflight outside of low Earth orbit, probes, human spaceflight, whatever, is going to be a hard and relatively expensive endeavor from here on out. And until it becomes a, established market where the market can take over and basically, bring down prices, commercial crew, commercial orbital transport services, until we get to that point with certain phases of exploration, it's always going to be expensive. That doesn't mean we shouldn't do it. But the thing with Mars sample return is that it's not really dependent on anything. Why? What's the point? What's your end goal here? Oh, great. We got rocks back from Mars. That's fine. That's excellent. A huge scientific accomplishment. Okay. Let me tell you this. All right, and I know people are going to make a joke. I get it. Say we get a sample return back from Mars and it has oil in it. Very unlikely, I will say, from a scientific standpoint. Very, very unlikely. Just, it's a conditional hypothetical, so I know that ticked some people like, what? No. Say it did. Okay, great. There is a commodity on the surface of Mars that is useful to humans. Great. What do we do with that information at this point? Go there? Oh, wait. With what? There's no follow-up to that. The follow-up technically to that would be to, that makes living on Mars a lot easier if we have petroleum products there, et cetera, et cetera. And perhaps you could make a space program off of that. But no space program survives when you lead a lot of the main goals of the space program up to an abstraction. The only space programs, historically speaking, that we have seen successful are ones that had concrete goals that were easy to understand. Go to the moon before 1970. Learn Gemini program. Learn all the different mission phases that we need to do to learn how to go to the moon successfully. Mercury mission. Get somebody into space so we could learn how to do those things, so we could learn how to get to... the Mercury program kind of came way before the Apollo program was even a thing, but you understand what I'm trying to say. The point is that even if we got a Mars sample return back and we had some crazy scientific breakthrough, great. You wrote a paper about it. Lovely. And don't get me wrong, scientific papers are the backbone, and peer criticism are the backbone of Western civilization and thought. It's a very important thing to understand. However, at the same time, that program leads to nothing. It leads to an abstraction. Oh, we could maybe utilize this someday. That's not going to work. That's why Mars sample return was easy pickings for somebody to come along and say, this mission has no relevance. This mission isn't bringing money to my congressional district. Well, let's get rid of it. They did the same thing with Viper. Viper, Black Eagle, was canceled. Not because it was a bad idea. Not because it was, maybe it was a little bit behind schedule and a tiny bit over budget. It was canceled because that over budgeting would take away from other missions, from other CLIPS missions. At least that was NASA's supposed findings. I find it very interesting that if the Viper mission goes over budget by $100 million, we cancel the program, yet we have this really, 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 really expensive satellite sitting at Earth, sitting up in space at a Lagrangian point named James Webb that went $19 billion and 15 years over budget and behind schedule. Why was that okay and not Viper? And to tie this all back, that goes back to the allocation that I'm talking about. Who is controlling NASA's purse strings? Who's running day to day? Now, don't get me wrong, Congress does approve of the budget, but where does that budget go from here? Are you serious? What is going on here? We have one satellite go over budget by $19 billion in 15 years, and one goes over budget by a year and it could potentially cost an extra $100 million, and we cancel it? What's the rationale here? There's clearly non-impartiality going on here. That's something that Rook was getting at that I really very much agree with. What constitutes a mission getting canceled or not? Now, my argument is that if you intertwine everything and you make them all work together, so I mean, the funny thing is that Viper was working with the Artemis program. I mean, it was technically under different purse strings, but CLPS is under Commercial Lunar Payload Services is under the Next Step 2 program, which is what Artemis is technically under if you want to be technical and on the books, right? Technically, they're under the same umbrella, but they're not. They're subsets of the same funding, right? You know, a hole in my argument would be that Viper got canceled because even though it's going to potentially feed to an Artemis mission because it was seen as redundant, behind schedule, and a little bit over budget. That is a little bit of a hole in the argument, but the fact that they're not all-encompassing under the same program and that they're under those subsets that I was talking about made it easy pickings for somebody to say, well, there's other Commercial Lunar Payload Services programs that are doing the exact same thing, so we don't need to do this anymore. We'll get this data for less money using another avenue. Well, okay, so my answer to that, my question for that would be how? How do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know that the other probes on the moon are going to give you the scientific answers that you're going to get? That sounds like confirmational bias to me, which is very much not scientific at all. The only way you're truly going to get a good scientific grasp and understanding is to send more scientific probes to the moon. Only after you send a good amount of probes there and get a good understanding of what the moon is and how it works can you surmise cost and effective of the effectiveness of, you know, what's too much and what's too little. Not effectiveness. Only after you've done it can you really figure out how, like, what's worth it and what's not. You can't say that before you haven't gone there. You know, that's like you asking me, like, I want to drive my truck across the country, you know? Okay, how much is that going to cost in fuel? I can give you an estimate, but I'm not going to be able to pinpoint an exact number. Unless I plan every single facet of the entire trip out, barring the truck breaking down, a wheel coming off, etc., etc. You know, I'm not going to be able to give you the entire logistic trip mapped out to the second. That makes no sense. You don't know, but if I do it, right, and we do one trip, and then we try to do it again, I can give you a much better number. Then you can decide, you can reasonably extrapolate cost based off of mission. I mean, you could extrapolate cost without it, sure. There is enough data, but you're not going to know the exact number there until you go. And if I recall correctly, that, you know, we gain scientific understanding and justifications for doing said science by going and doing things, not sitting there thinking about doing things. Does that make sense? Hey, Bradley, 56-month resub. Thank you. Law of scale? Yeah, something like that. Apologies, chat. It's 4 a.m. Did it happen? Is Rook our new administrator? So, Hawks, this was a Senate confirmation meeting. So this was really basically cross-examination for Rook. Think of it like a job interview. It's a job interview for him. So they asked a lot of, like, what, you know, how do you think, how would you do this with NASA? How would you do this? Are you going to get rid of this program, et cetera, et cetera. From here, based off of this testimony, the Senate will vote in a confirmation, session. A confirmation session is what it's called, where they'll the 100 senators in the United States will vote on this. There's 50 states in the U.S. I know this is some hard math coming at you. 50 states in the U.S. Each state has 2 senators. The Senate consists of 100 senators. Pretty straightforward stuff. And they'll vote on it in a session of Congress. That's the word I was looking for. And if he gets majority, he'll get the job. The overflow bottle being full of mud. Yeah, exactly, Geek. There you go. Do you believe Jared will make any public statements on the timeline after he gets confirmed? No. Are you done with that Starliner? No. The Congress, yeah, Congress has a 2-week vacation because of Easter. I will say this, in my line of work, not streaming even streaming notwithstanding, any job that I've ever had, I've never had a 2-week vacation for Easter. But, you know, Congress has a 2-week vacation for Easter. When will the vote be? It could be before they go on vacation for 2 weeks for Easter, or it could be after. So best I can do is 3 weeks from now, or could be in the next week. It depends on when Congress wants to do Congress things. Likely after the recess. Yeah, that's probably what's going to happen. I've never had a 2-week vacation for Easter, ever. I'm gonna take 2 weeks off. I mean, how do you even, like, my question is, you take 2 weeks, dude? I've never even taken a 2-week vacation. Like, if you could, maybe you could call the Starbase trip that, but I'll tell you what, man, coming back from 2 weeks in Boca Chica really screwed me up. Like, I came back and I'm like, wait, what am I doing? How are you gonna do stuff like legislate law and come back after 2 weeks and be like, yeah, I knew exactly what I was working on 2 weeks. I mean, somehow they're able to do it, or not. I don't know. Like, that's impressive, or it's not. I mean, I go with it's not, but I did a 2-week for your honeymoon. Honeymoons aren't vacations, man. It's a honeymoon. It's different. They also tend to have recesses for no reason, mostly to listen to their constituents. Oh, yeah, that's what they're doing. Yeah, okay, sure. They said they have a couple of days to form questions through email for him. Then he can answer by Friday or something. Yeah. Been lucky to get 2 weeks off for Christmas and New Year's when it's school. Yeah, right, Can't See Me? That's what I'm saying, man. Yeah, listen to their constituents. Yeah, that's what you hold the town hall. Yeah, okay, buddy. Okay, pal. okay. Sure you are. Town hall constituent. Anyway, sorry, I'll get off my soapbox. Really passing, yeah. Deadbringer, yes, but let's not do that here. I think EJ would be a good NASA administrator. Squall, this might take the wind out of the sails off every single argument that I've told you guys over the past 3 hours about what needs to be done with the space program and not, but dude, I'm just a Twitch streamer. Like, that's the truth. What do I know about running a space program? I mean, other than in a video game, right? Where your neck isn't on the line if you screw up. I screw up and Jeb dies here. It's funny. That happens in real life. It's not great. I would never forgive myself, but I don't know if I'm the right man for the job. I would not, like, Squall, let me put it to you like this. I would not be able to conduct myself with subtlety. I would say things people would not want to hear. Sorry, I care too much about it. Like, I don't know. Sue me. Don't, please. With that being said, if I was asked to do it, I'd do it. Sure. I'll go in front of the Senate. I don't care. It's fine. I'm in front of an audience every day. I don't care. It doesn't bother me. Did you see what Ed Markey was doing? I'd be doing that too. I'd be like, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. That's the question that you asked. Yeah, of course you would ask that question, pal. Of course you would. What are you trying to say? What are you trying to say? I'm a liar? You calling me a liar in here? Frick yourself. Get the hell out of here. You know, that's how that would pan out. Like, it wouldn't end well. Is New Gun capable of sending the crew lander directly to Gateway? No, they got to refuel. Hey, Ren, what's going on, man? That's exactly what politicians lack. Yeah, Jojo, but... Okay, here's the thing, dude. No one's ever convinced anybody of any logical point by yelling in somebody's face. Especially at a political level. You have to conduct yourself with some decorum. And I'm not 100% sure I would be able to do that. Maybe? I would hope.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Oh, they gifted us up to Ren. Sergeant at Arms, yeah, they'd be like, all right, get this guy out. I'd be like, oh, I'm sorry. I thought this was America. I'm sorry, I thought this was America. You know, like, I'd be super worried that someone would push my buttons and I'd be like, I hate you. On the congressional record, you can go frick yourself. Like I'm very worried that would happen. And that acting like that is funny and it's good for a sound clip, but it makes you look really stupid. My bad, I fell asleep. Did we win? Yeah, it was okay, yes. I wish they had gotten a little bit more in-depth with some stuff. There were some gotcha questions from the usual suspects there, but it's okay. Yeah, I know, Magellan. I know what you mean. I would pay to see you do that. Yeah, I know. Like I said, if given the opportunity, I'd do it. I'd do it. That's like one of the few things that I'd be like, okay, I can stop streaming for this, you know? The AI poster. Dude, what the... The other... I might get grilled for saying this. I'm sorry. If you don't like it, just let me know. If you don't want me to, if you want me to change the subject, we'll switch over to KSP or something. Look, okay. You know what I said a second ago about yelling in somebody's face? You're going to demean people on the Senate floor. You're going to say you're an idiot. You know, you're going to show that freaking AI poster. Like, you're going to do stuff like that. Those antics don't change people's minds. Those antics are not... That in this day and age, we allow it, which is... Whatever. It is what it is. If you can't carry yourself in decorum if you can't carry yourself professionally and have some decorum on the Senate floor, how are you going to change people's minds about things? And this is, you know, this is very interesting to me because, guys, once again, I'm not politically ignorant of what's going on. I know what's going on. I'm pretty well versed in it, but it's not my job to talk to you guys about it. I'm your entertainment, right? Now, once again, I think this is the correct context for this. You know, you go on social media, you see sound clips of, you know, one senator grilling another senator, a congressman grilling another senator. And, you know, that's great. That gets you engagement, that gets you clicks and stuff, but that is not entirely what was intended. Like, okay, that's fine. You're going to go and sit there and grandstand, you know, be like, I believe in this. I believe in this. I believe in this. Who's with me? I believe in this. That's great for a sound clip, but remember, your job is to find a fair compromise with people that disagree with you about things. Berating them and making them look stupid for a sound clip so you can get engagement is not a good way. That's not conducive to getting results. Especially if you're trying to convince people to support something that's passionate, that you're passionate about, you know, that disagree with you. That ain't no way to conduct yourself. Why would you do that? It's annoying. Like, the poster was that big. It wasn't that big of a deal. He was serious, but it was able to keep people engaged. Yeah, you know, Hellfish, to be 100% honest with you, that poster was most likely an afterthought. That's why they did it quick with AI. Be like, oh yeah, this will convince people. Look at this poster. Look at the China on the moon. Blah, 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 blah. Great. Great. Fear-mongering people that disagree with you. To put that on the congressional record to make you look like you, that's great. Sure. Yeah, really. That's going to change people's minds that disagree. That was it. That's what you did. You put an AI picture of Chinese people on the moon with frankly a bigger flag than the American flag. That is your visualization for trying to get people to agree with going back to the moon sooner. That's it. That was it. That seems like a very last minute spur of the moment thing to put on the congressional record to try and make it look like you got your stuff straight. Now, don't get me wrong. It's Ted Cruz. I get it. But also at the same time, I do agree with him about spaceflight stuff. I mean, I agree with him about spaceflight stuff because I like spaceflight. He agrees with me about spaceflight stuff because Johnson Space Center is in his state. We are not the same. No, I'm just kidding. That's the best foot you could have put forward here. I won't You couldn't commission an artist to draw something like that? Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to say that, oh, this is AI versus whatever, right? It shows that it was done quick. It was a last second thing. Like, oh, this is what'll do. We'll show Chinese people on the moon. Yep. Yeah. Oh, wait, we don't know anybody that draws. AI will do it. It's fine. It's like that is such an embodiment of like modern day political discourse. The irony is hilarious. Hi, I just joined. Did everything go well? Could you do a very quick recap? Lava Eagle was okay. They got into some pretty good depth. Like, but it didn't go as far as I particularly wanted. Nuclear engines were mentioned. NASA being revenue positive was also mentioned, but I'm not really. Rook mentioned doing that. I'm not really sure how that's going to work, but that would be great. Rook very much emphasized that we can go to the moon and Mars at the exact same time. We don't need to choose one or the other, and choosing one or the other is not like the dichotomy that everybody thinks it is. We can do both of those things at the same time. The Apollo program would have kept doing sustainable lunar presence and done Venus flybys if it had, if they let it run its course. You could do both of those things. It's entirely possible. It's just really about doing the right capital allocation, right? And spending the money in places where it makes the most sense. Now, some senators didn't like Rook saying that, and they asked him, "What does that mean?" And he's like, "I don't know. I don't work for NASA, so I couldn't tell you. If I get confirmed, I'll be able to tell you." Some people didn't like hearing that, but once again, the mark of a good leader is telling the truth, not, saying what potentially people don't want to hear. He did say the other things. That's right. Yeah, I know. Tim is very interesting. The AAP Venus flyby plan was so baller. Yeah, of course, Joe. Yeah. Why don't we do that? Why don't we do that with SLS? Develop a module that basically turns the EUS into a long-duration interplanetary habitat, and do flybys of Mars and of Venus with an EUS with a space station module attached to the front in Orion. Why don't we do that? Why don't we take that same exact space station design, launch it into low Earth orbit, and use it as a training ground for when astronauts use that exact same thing to do Venus flybys on long-duration missions? Why are we not doing this? This is a really interesting question. We could do all of that easily with SLS's budget. Heck, you could do that with the leftover parts from the testing regime from SLS if you really wanted to. There's spare LOX tanks lying around, welding confidence articles, core stage tooling parts. That's the kind of stuff Rook was talking about, and that's what I really hope that that's what he means by that. But once again, it's abstracted. We're not exactly sure. When's the vote? 2 weeks at the latest. Kind of imagine Starship would be better suited for those kind of deep space missions. How so? Said, you know me, I love the Starship program. How so? More legroom. Dude, the EUS is gigantic. The EUS and the Universal Stage Adapter is a huge payload volume. It's almost as big as Starship's payload volume. Look up the Universal Stage Adapter. It is a gigantic payload volume. See, the thing is, dude, with the EUS doing flybys with Orion, there's no in-flight refueling. You launch in one shot, right? And once the EUS does its transvenusian injection burn, you don't need to worry about the cryogenic propellants. The entire rest of the phase of the mission could be done by Orion with its, in my opinion, inadequate European service module. They do the flyby. Orion's SPS adjusts the phasing. So your flyby gets you a Venusian ejection angle that gets you a trans-Earth injection trajectory. And then Orion does its thing with its heat shield. Hopefully it works, you know? And then that EUS laboratory just burns up. And then maybe in the future, you can use the EUS to work on hydrolox boil-off mitigation. And then maybe in the long-term future after that, you use the EUS mitigating boil-off is able to recircularize after its trans-injection burn. This is what NASA needs to be doing. There's no, like, this is not a matter of opinion. That's what we should be doing. That's not even, like, I love Starship, and, you know, as to be 100% real, could Starship do this same stuff? Yeah, sure, absolutely. Sure, it could. Why? My answer back to you is, why not just do both of these things? We have both of these rockets, and it wouldn't take much to retool a Starship to do this, because Starship was designed for it, and it absolutely wouldn't take much for SLS to be retooled to do something like this either. I mean, you know, if you, here, let me put it to you like this. You want an off-road vehicle, but you also want a car that's fun to drive around on roads. You don't buy a crossover SUV if that's what you're looking for, right? You buy a Jeep and you buy a Roadster. Right? See what I'm talking about? And because the Jeep, they're made bajillions of these things, it's easy to operate and it's easy to keep going, right? Launch more is what I'm trying to tell you. Or a lifted Miata, right? Yeah. You buy a fully lifted Winnebago. Prohibitively expensive. But, hey, whatever. More data on SLS and Orion, too. We should be doing this stuff, Joe. That's what I mean. SLS has a pretty damn good foundation. The problem is there's no blueprints for what goes on top of that foundation. That all needs to be solidified because you don't build the foundation first and then figure out what kind of house you're going to build later. Unfortunately, maybe that means if you want to build the most structurally sound house in this analogy here, that maybe means parts of the foundation you end up not using. That's fair. But at least you have a really strong, sturdy house built. Maybe it doesn't have a garage. I mean, I wouldn't know nothing about that, but. How's the Starliner coming along? Is that code for you guys wanting me to go mess with it? Because I was just going to try to save that for KSP. But, I mean, I think the confirmation hearing has been discussed pretty well. 6x6 Winnebago on 42s. I mean, I'm not going to say I wouldn't want that, but yeah. How many launch vehicles does China have? Long March 2, Long March 3, Long March 5, Long March 7, Long March 9, Long March 10. And then a handful of commercial providers with rockets that I frankly forget the names of. You should do the Artemis applications program in KSP, just an idea. Yeah. Yep, don't need to complete the circle. On to how Starliner doesn't work good. Long March 5. Yeah, and then there's letter designations for the different variants. So there's Long March, there was Long March 3A, B, C, D, E. I think they're up to Long March 3F, if I'm remembering correctly. Last thing I got to say, I wish we knew more. I wish we could help. I want to see these ideas come to light. Guys, I think one thing to kind of add here, just as a kind of to put a bow on the whole confirmation thing. Once again, I hope you guys got something out of it. I don't really want to sit here and shoehorn politics down anybody's throat. This is kind of important though to what we do. So, like, take my ideas for how SLS needs in the Artemis program needs to work. Take my ideas for that, right? Is that the best way to go about doing things? No. No, I'm sure someone could come up with better architecture for SLS. I'm sure. However, you know, the way that I'm proposing is good enough. It's good enough, and it gets the job done. Because at the end of the day, we've been I mean, perfect is the enemy of good, right? There's 1,000 different ways to skin a cat. There's 1,000 different ways that we could develop architecture to get to the moon. The way that my rationale for coming up with this architecture, and I don't mean this to be a way to defend like why I think we should do it this way. The point is that the point behind me saying like what SLS needs to do, it needs to do this, Starship needs to do this, etc., etc. It is the thought process that I'm trying to convey from that is more just freaking do something. Oh my God. Sorry, I didn't have a better way to say that. Just do something, please. Like, sorry, I didn't mean to go like full schizoid there for a second, but I didn't have a better way to say it. Like, just do something for the love of Jim. Oh my God, you've launched 2 things in the past 15 frigging years. Just do something. Pick an architecture and go. Like, and see, right there is why I would not be a good NASA administrator. There you go. And on that bombshell, it's time to end. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a good night. Just do something, man. Oh my goodness. Anyway. Finally, something else. Like, and you knew I was going to discuss this. You knew we were going to talk about this. I've been talking about doing this for like basically since the president was elected, of streaming the confirmation hearing. You've known this was going to happen for the better part of 2 to 3 months. And you know, you don't like it, but you're still here. Seeing something that you're not a fan of. I don't understand. Finally, something else. What? Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Yeah, that comment was very, very helpful, and it was useful and insightful. Oh wait, that's the exact opposite thing that I asked everybody to do like 2 hours ago. That's good. That's sweet Winnebago. I like it, Jonathan. You can express your distaste for this. I don't mind. But to express it as some underhanded thing towards the kind of thing that we're talking about that's completely on par and pertinent to discussion is a little bit annoying, dude. I'm not going to lie. And you guys can call me a prick for that. That's fine. I don't want to sit here and talk about politics, but it needs to be said and it needs to be done. Anyway. I'm sick of being serious, EJ. Let's go play Kerbal and have some fun and blow some stuff up. Okay, cool. Anyway, guys, I hope you enjoyed the coverage. I'm just going to take a quick break. I'm going to go stretch my legs real quick because we are going to sit here and basically burn the candle at both ends until the Project Kuiper launch. There is a Project Kuiper launch at 7 o'clock, and I think that's when we'll end up doing Space News. Space News is going to be a little bit later tonight because we got to get the Starliner capsule done. I'm building a Starliner capsule for Das over at NASA Spaceflight to fly around and see if he can fly it around and get it to dock to a space station with certain thrusters disabled, mimicking the CFT-1 docking situation. Das thinks he can get it to the space station. I think he can't. And I want to prove him wrong because that would be really fun. Nothing better than proving your boss wrong, right? Right? Am I right? Am I right? Am I right? No, it's just kind of a friendly wager we have into this, and it involves building a high-fidelity Starliner, so that's what we're going to move to. Give me about 5 to 10 minutes. I'll be back momentarily, and yeah, I'll see you guys then.